Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top-quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Laird Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
It's time for Cattleman's Congress. This is a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.
Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk the pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-73.
I'd like to welcome you to Oklahoma City. We're about ready. We'll start with your junior Galvian Balancer female shows. Judging today, Mr. Tyler Weingartner. Over in ring 2, we will get started with our Open Texas Longhorn show, judged by Chad Coburn. Well, welcoming to ring 1, our judge out of Harrod, Ohio, Mr. Tyler Weingartner. He's the co-owner of Weingartner Klingeman Show Cattle. There in Harrod, Ohio, he lives with his wife, Natalie, and 2 sons, Beckett and Riker. He attended Black Hawk East and Michigan State University. Their family has been raising cattle for the last 50 years, and along with his dad and brother-in-law, they raise and sell show cattle, primarily raising Key and Maine cattle. Their annual production sale is the first Saturday in November. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let's welcome Mr. Tyler Weingartner to the new OG&E Coliseum.
6-7.
Well, over here on the Longhorn side morning. What a privilege to echo the comments of my colleague on the other side of the ring. I've been fortunate to judge OIE a few years ago, and I can tell you, judging all over the country, that this is by far and away the most impressive venue that I've ever had the opportunity to judge in. So kudos to the state of Oklahoma and whoever's responsible for this facility. Absolutely phenomenal and fantastic. Got a good start over here on the Longhorn side with these heifer calves. Got an easy class winner in my opinion. Young lady's heifer comes with us or to us with some volume and some capacity. More importantly, in terms of her feet and legs and functionality, I like that female quite a bit. Got some presence and quality from the side to back it up. Really, really unique one for this particular breed. I like that one quite a bit. I thought it was closer between second and third. I guess the heifer in second's a little smaller. If you want to call her lower performing, I know that I'd agree with that. I think she's a heifer that you study her from the side. She mimics winner in terms of her build, her type and kind, her depth of body, the shape that she has in regards to genuine muscular up top, compared to our class winner, maybe just a shot frailer at the surface in regards to her bone and foot. Nice heifer nonetheless to be in second. The higher performing black-headed female comes in third. I just wish she'd come to us with a shot more to her in terms of base width and full rib. That would allow her to put more muscle up top, give her just a shot more everywhere in regards to bone and foot as well. Good start to the show. Congratulations.
Well, we'd like to congratulate in our first class the Galvey females. First place went to back number 1700. This was Ophelia CTJ 5820. Southern Charm. Second place in that class will go to Meredith Pie, and third place was exhibited by Old Wire Longhorns. Well, for those of you joining us here in the OG&E Coliseum, we would like to welcome to Ring 2 Mr. Chad Coburn of College Station, Texas. He's the livestock judging coordinator and senior lecturer at Texas A&M. Prior to that, he was employed by Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service for 29 years as a county extension agent. In 2021, Chad was awarded the Distinguished Agent Recognition. He has judged all species of livestock across 26 states, including all Texas majors, numerous state fairs, and most national shows. Chad is married to his wife, Tracy, and they have 2 children. Addison is the program coordinator, alumni, and stakeholder engagement at Texas A&M, and her husband, Sage, is the director of Rosenthal Meat Center, also at A&M. His son, Gunnar, was a successful member of the Texas A&M livestock judging team and is currently an assistant livestock judging coach at A&M and is working on his master's degree. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome our Texas Longhorn judge today, Mr. Chad Coburn, College Station, Texas.
Really nice female to win Class 2 on the Longhorn side here. Much like our starting class winner, a heifer that has some volume and capacity and some maternal value. Sweep to her rear rib and flank is impressive. And, you know, for this breed, been blessed to judge a few Longhorn shows, and I'm sure the Longhorn people are tired of hearing the story about how that came to be. Just kind of a fluke that I judged the first Longhorn show that I did in my career in San Angelo, and been blessed to judge several of them. My point is that this breed is iconic for many reasons, but I think from a breed perspective, you people are interested not only in maintaining what the Longhorn breed represents from what most people would think a Longhorn is, but more importantly from a beef cattle perspective, you're trying to get the cattle to maintain the look and the quality that a Longhorn has, all the while maintaining some more effort towards the beef side of it. This heifer that wins the class does that very appropriately. She's got the most genuine shape up top and from behind, and still can back that up with a high quality look from the side and still sound and functional at the surface. 2 and 3 are a little bit closer. The heifer in second is simply deeper bodied and just got a more sweet, more maternal look to her center body. With that comes the fact that she is heavier muscle and still has some presence up front. I guess to get critical of her, we'd change her out of her hip and hind leg just a shot as she comes and goes, but a nice heifer in her own right. In terms of front 2/3, I like her quite a bit. I like the femininity a lot of the heifer in third. She's very, very good in terms of her neck attachment, high at the top of her shoulder, extremely feminine with a lot of presence from the side. She just needs to come with a shot more body and belly in this particular time in her life. A little frailer at the surface in regards to feature, but a nice heifer, very, very nice and striking from the side. Congratulations for a nice trio.
Well, before we turn the microphone over in ring 2, results from Class 4 of your Texas Longhorn Show. First place exhibited by Double Aught Longhorns. Second place went to Hadley Anderson, and third place went to Randy and Catherine Morris.
Well, just another real high quality class here. I think the top pair in this particular class are extremely, extremely close. And obviously from ringside, you can see some significant differences between them. Ultimately, use the one that just has more body. I think she's a little more secure and functional at the surface off of her rear hock and hind leg, and still backs that up with the right kind of rib shape and muscularity. She is not as feminine as the heifer in second, up through her throat, her head, the point of her shoulder, but I think she certainly navigates the surface a little more comfortably, if you will, so a nice place to start. On the stand, I love the heifer in second. Front two-thirds of her I really, really like. She's one that's elevated, has the right kind of neck attachment, very, very high quality with presence and femininity from the side. And she, too, has enough muscle and body, I guess, to me, as she comes to the surface out of her rear hock and pasturing, just want to make her just a shot more comfortable there to make it a closer decision, but a really nice heifer in her own right. The white-bodied heifer in the third is another one that you gravitate towards in terms of just quality and presence from the side. I like that one quite a bit compared to our two that start the drive maybe a little flatter in their forerib and heart, maybe not the substance and feature of the two that start, but a nice heifer, definitely high quality from the side, no doubt. Kind of the skinnier heifer comes next, and that doesn't bother me from a condition perspective. She's a heifer that has a lot of quality as well. You study her up top. She is significantly the narrow-based female that has just needs to be opened up off of either end. Got more punch, give her a lot more rear rib and flank to make her more competitive. Very good class. Congratulations.
Results of our spring heifer calf division. Champion coming out of Class 2. And congratulations go to Cade Mayer of Paxico, Kansas, with Butler's Miss Nova N207ET. And reserve champion was second place in that class, coming from Class 2, exhibited by Corbin Lowe, Winfield, Kansas. Now in Ring 1, we'll welcome in Class 4. These are Galvey females, born January to February of 2025. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, results out of Class 5 before the division. First place exhibited by Lock and Payne Partnership with LR Calla CP. Second place in that class will also go to Lock and Payne Partnership. Third place exhibited by Double Aught Longhorns. Fourth place went to Double R Ranch. Now in Ring 2, our judge will select his champion reserve junior females.
Well, extremely good calf division here on the Longhorn side, and I think it's a pretty clear-cut decision for what I'm going to do in regards to the champion. I think it's extremely, extremely close for the reserve call here. Very, very briefly, the young lady that wins Class 1, we talked about that one's body and depth of body for this particular age is very impressive. You study her amongst her contemporaries here. I think she's got a great future ahead of her in regards to a show heifer. Comparative, though, she wants to get a little cresty at the top side of her neck, maybe not the ladylike appearance from the side, but still just a high-quality one that's very functional, no doubt. The young lady that wins Class 2, that one's the one that's definitely in contention, like that heifer from the side in terms of just balance and look that she offers from a silhouette. She's another one that we study her up top. I think she's got some genuine shape to her. If you get comparative, she gets a little more upright in her shoulder and knee. Want to stouten her up ever so slightly out of her upper hip and pin set. The heifer that wins the last class is one that I certainly gravitate towards just from a beef cattle side, one that packs some punch and some body. Still has the right kind of look from the side. She is not the most feminine up through her head and her neck, but I think I would never call that one with not enough presence, obviously. She's the one that's definitely the soundness off her feet and legs with the right kind of bone and foot circumference. And so I think she's the easy thing to do. She'll be the champion. The other one, put your hands together for him. Good job there. After that, I think it becomes extremely, extremely close between the Class 2 winner and the heifer that was second to our champion. Let's talk about her just a shot. She's one that presents the nicest look from the side. She's the one that's really, really good in terms of the angle of her shoulder, the femininity that she offers, the neck attachment, all those things that read femininity and presence and quality. I talked to her in class. She got beat just based on the fact that she's not perfect out of her pasture in the way that she motivates at the surface, but still sound and functional. I'd never let one be obviously second that's not. And so I think she's the closest to our champion. Give that young man a round of applause. They're very close.
Well, congratulations in our first division here in the Open Longhorn Show. Congratulations coming out of Class 5, your junior champion, exhibited by Lock and Pain partnership with LR Calla Lily CP, and reserve champion also to Lock and Pain with LR Tiger Lily CP. We'll now look to see Class 8, females born September to December of 2024.
Just a single entry on the Longhorn side here. A female that I really like. The rear 2/3 of her specifically are kind of my speed in terms of depth of body and the functionality that she has out of her rear leg. Depth and sweep is impressive on her. If we get comparative, she's ultrasound. Just attach her neck maybe just a shot higher at the top of her shoulder, tied her up at the crest of her neck, but that's getting pretty particular on one. We'll see how she stacks up later. Congratulations, young lady. That's a nice female.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Galvey ring, results out of our winter. We will look Longhorn ring results out of Class 8 females born September to December. First place was exhibited by Randy and Catherine Morris with WIC Mary Jane.
Just another single entry on the Longhorn side, and I really, really like this one, to be honest with you. In terms of just individuals and study and skeletal functionality, this one's front knee and front pastern are pretty flawless. Specifically for this breed, you study that one's proportionality up top and down low. She's certainly good there. Very, very good out of her feet and legs off of both ends of her skeleton. If you get picky on her, young man, as I do every one of them, I want to change the top side of her neck just a shot, but she's still got a neat look to her from the side as well. Very, very high quality. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in ring 2. Results out of Class 9 Texas Longhorns. First place go to Payne Dennis Partnership with Over the Moon CP. We'll now look to see Class 10 here in the Texas Longhorn ring. There's the females born January to April of 2024. Well, congratulations over here in the Galvey ring. Results out of Class 6.
No doubt the most difficult decision-making class that I've seen so far today with these bred heifers, and ultimately, again, land on the one that I think is the most functional, that combines the structural correctness and still looks like a lady from the side. I think this white-bodied one does that very, very well. I think she's unmatched in terms of her femininity, her neck attachment, her elevation, and still couple that with the right kind of feet and leg assembly. Deceivingly stout out of her upper hip and pin set. I think a nice place to start. To me, the decision was between 2, 3, and 4. To be honest with you, a lot of different things that you can do there. I don't know that I've ever, I know for a fact I've never said it. I want to tone this one's condition down for a Longhorn, to be honest with you, in terms of body condition, just a shot. Starting to look a little more mature out through her front 1/3, out through her dewlap and her brisket there. But a heifer, we get her stopped. I think she's got a lot of maternal value to her. I think she's another one that's still sound enough and functional, even though she's wanting to give just a shot out of her rear hock and hind leg compared to our class winner, a very nice female nonetheless. The debate is that the heifer coming next has arguably as much genuine shape and rib cage as anything in here. I probably like her just a shot better on the stand than I do when we put her in motion. She's a heifer to me as you study her from the side. She still has a lot of balance and quality to her. She gets a little cresty at the top side of her neck. More importantly, we put her in motion. She's the one that wants to drop out of her tail set just a shot. I want to change her out of her hip and hind leg in that regard, but a good female nonetheless. Lots of good things about the spotted up heifer that comes next, just in terms of brood cow value through the center part of her skeleton. She's the one that offers the most impressive rear rib and flank. To me, as you study her up front, she's the shorter necked one, gets a little cresty at the top side of her neck as well, but still a sound, functional female, neat colored, and definitely one that you have to value just from a maternal perspective. Undoubtedly, the soundest moving one, ironically, is the one that completes the class. Just ultra good in the way that she navigates the surface, and I don't mind her condition, young lady. She's pretty skinny, but again, in terms of her bred, I think I like that versus one that, in my opinion, is a little too much, and I like that about her. She gets beat because she's the light muscle flat one. We just need to change her and open her up off her skeleton. That is one good moving one from the side, though. Congratulations for a great set of cattle.
Out of Class 10, first place exhibited by Avery Matthew with Eden CP. Second place, it was exhibited by Hunter Lawson with HX3 Destiny's Child. Third place, exhibited by Megan Bush. Fourth place in Class 10, exhibited by Randy and Catherine Morris. And fifth place went to Sarah Wintello. Now in the ring is Class 11. These females were born in 2023 before the division. Back to the Galvey ring, results out of the intermediate.
A lot of fun to judge. We've got some heavy breds and obviously some cow-calf pairs out here. The heifer that wins the class, or the cow that wins the class, is 8 months on her second calf. Is that correct, young lady? Second calf? Just phenomenal for this particular breed, and I'll say 1 and 3 are pretty chunky, and that's okay. We've got to get these show cattle smooth and all that kind of jazz, but she's one that regardless of what her body condition score is, still fresh enough and still incredible in terms of her center body, her sweep, her muscularity, and handles that heavy bred pregnancy on the right kind of feet and legs. Not the perfect teat structure in my opinion, but I think she's obviously done her job there. A very, very nice female to win this particular class. The one in second's kind of more my speed in terms of her condition. She's kind of the thinner one there, but at the same time, why is she second? Because her quality is so good. Really, really good at the ground in the way that she navigates these chips. She's a heifer comparative to the cattle on either side of her, needs a shot more body, specifically down low. But again, I contribute some of that maybe to condition on the heifer in third. I just like this one's quality and presence. I thought that was a pretty close pair. And I say that because once we get the 1 and 3rd stopped, we can even probably start with her because of just her overwhelming mass, big bodied, big bellied, all those kinds of things that read brood cow potential are in her favor. I guess to me, as we study her off of either end of her skeleton, she gets a little rounder out of her hip, get a little disappointing in the way that she comes and goes at the surface and the way that she wants to plant off of her rear two. But again, we get her stopped. She's questionable, not questionable, but debatable if you want to go ahead and put her an easy second or maybe even start with her because of her overwhelming mass. To me, I just need to change the way that she's built out of her hip and hind leg. Cow-calf pair comes next, incredibly high quality. I thought the next trio, obviously, well, actually the next 4 have done their job, no doubt. You can see that from ringside. Got a nice heifer calf at side here with a predominantly white female. Kind of like her teat structure, maybe a little better than some of the others. To me, as you study her from the side, she's the one that's maybe not the most attractive out through her head, to be honest with you. I think her horn set, her color, and all that kind of stuff that Longhorn breeds are indicative of is good. She's a little shorter faced, maybe not as attractive in terms of femininity up front. I thought the next pair was extremely close for different reasons, just like the quality of the smaller cow coming next. Obviously done a really good job with the calf at side. Just a look that she has to her. She's not the biggest cow out here, and she's just right in terms of condition and the fact that she's doing well with calf at side. Got a neat look to her. She just kind of gets overmassed in this particular set, specifically with the 2 or 3 on top. High quality from the side, nonetheless. Heifer coming next is not as good enough out of her hip and hind leg upper pin set to compete with the heifer or cow-calf pair in front. Front 2/3 of her I like quite a bit in terms of her center body. I think she's got enough shape to her. Obviously got a nice calf at side. Just want to motivate her just a shot different out of her hip and hind leg. And then the cool colored one comes next. Kind of a neat-headed trifecta there if you want to talk about color and horn set. I like all those things about her and obviously doing well with calf at side. Comparative to the reasons or to the cattle that beat her, just a little flatter, needs just more genuine shape, drop her flank just a shot as well. That one was fun to sort. Congratulations to a good set of cattle.
Well, congratulations back over in Ring 1. Results out of Class 10.
It's an awesome division on the Longhorn side. We had a couple of classes with single entries, and we put them out here with their contemporaries for the division, and they are certainly very competitive and complement the line very well. The young lady's predominantly white spotted heifer that was a single entry there. I talked that one in class from blade back. I think that one's as competitive as anything in here. Turned and shaped to full rib, a symmetrical look from the side. We talked her in class and still hold true to the fact she's a little thicker necked, got a little more crest in her, but a really, really high quality female, specifically blade back. Heifer circling here is kind of a unique creature for one of the younger heifers. This particular division, I really gravitate towards her kind in terms of just beef animal shape. I got in behind them and kind of studied them in terms of true base width off of either end of their skeletons. She's undoubtedly the widest based one in relation to her frame and her age. We talked her in class, tidy up the top side of her neck, just a shot if you want to get ultra critical. That is a big bodied, very, very nicely presented, high quality heifer from the side, definitely in contention in this particular lineup. White heifer comes next. She's kind of the outlier in here, and that's not a negative thing, just based on the fact that she was so good in that particular class. The elevation that she offers through her chest, her neck attachment, and the femininity and quality that she has, I thought won that class. As you study her out here, she's a little taller at her hip, maybe not as stout at her upper hip and pin set. Super high quality from the side. Definitely has a neat look to her. Just talk these heavy breds here coming in the end. Just a whale. That's not a very good cattle term, but that's what she is. Just a monster in terms of body. Regardless of whatever breed we want to put her in, she's got muscle. She's got feature. She's sound and practical. Obviously doing her good job in terms of gestation for the Longhorn breed. Kind of a cool color. A trifecta there with a nice kind of horn set. I think she's the easy champion. Give her a round of applause. Young man out of Class 2 will be reserved. I think that was close. Let's give him a round of applause. Congratulations to everybody in this division.
Congratulations over in the Galvey ring. Results out of our junior yearling division. Champion was exhibited by Corbin Lowe of Winfield, Kansas, with Clara Allen 415M. Reserve champion in that division will go to Isabel Lowe with Ivers Miss Yasmin M411. We'll now look to see Class 14. These are Galvey females born September to December of 2023. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring. Results out of the senior division. Champion senior female exhibited by Lock and Payne Partnership with LR Lily Ann CP. And reserve champion in that division will go to Payne and Dennis Partnership with Over the Moon CP. We'll now welcome in the champion reserve out of our junior division, as well as the senior champion reserve, and select a grand and reserve grand champion female.
Well, on the Longhorn side here, we've got our two division champions in the respective reserves, and I can't be more pleased. Again, been blessed to judge this breed several times. Fort Worth, I guess a year ago or maybe even 2 years ago, probably was the biggest Longhorn show just in regards to numbers. I remember some heifer classes with almost 30. I don't care about numbers. I do care about quality. And so we get to the backdrop here in a minute. I'm very, very pleased with what we have in these four. And I think from ringside, hopefully you can appreciate first and foremost the quality, but they look alike. And so from a judge's perspective, that's always good. Whether you agree with the kind of cattle that I like or not is irrelevant. The fact is that they need to look alike, if possible, and you need to understand what I'm saying. And so with that said, I think the champion reserve are kind of clones. I don't know if they're related or not genetically, but they dang sure look alike in terms of body, functionality, quality, presence, all those kinds of things. The older heifer's the Easy Grand. The youngest heifer will be Reserve Grand. That's a heck of a pair. Congratulations to the Longhorn exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion female here in Texas Longhorn Show coming out of the senior division, exhibited by Lock and Pain Partnership. That's LR Lily Ann CP. And reserve champion will come out of the junior division. Also, congratulations to Lock and Pain Partnership with LR Calla Lily CP. Back over in the Galvey ring, results out of Class 4.
Another really good class. Just a couple of entries here, and I think there's quite a bit of difference between them, but both very, very high quality. The blonde-headed one, if you will, or the kind of the sandy-colored one will be the winner of this particular class. Again, if we stick to what I've been saying, and I guess on my 5-hour drive here back to College Station, I have to be comfortable with what trigger I pull and be satisfied with what I've done today. And I think she kind of epitomizes what we've been able to do so far in terms of brood cow potential, sweep, and still has a high quality look from the side. Very, very nice female. The one in second is no slouch, and she's obviously done her job with bull calf at side here. Comparative to our class winner, maybe a little frailer, maybe not as quite as coordinated off of her rear two as our class winner, a little shorter face. But I'm talking one that extremely high quality. I like her condition for this particular time in her life, and still has enough presence and quality from the side. Maybe not as wide horned, and again, I'm not going to claim to be the Longhorn god in regards to horns and length of horns and all that kind of stuff. I guess comparative, my point is maybe not as wide horn as our class winner. Whether that's good and bad or indifferent, that's just my call. But anyway, congratulations, excellent pair of cattle.
Well, congratulations back over in the Texas Longhorn Ring. Results out of our first class of mature females. First place exhibited by Double R Ranch with Flying H Miss Nellie. And second place will go to Randy and Catherine Morris with WIC She's a Daisy. We're now going to welcome in Class 17 before the drive.
Well, just a single entry on the mature cow side, a female that's 5 months along in pregnancy, and this one brings to the ring a lot of value, in my opinion. She's deceivingly stout in terms of just genuine shape up top. I was impressed to see the fact that she's got so much shape and spread to the top side of her skeleton. She looks like a mature female, but still holds a ladylike presence from the side. Really, really comfortable in the way that she navigates these chips off of either end of her skeleton. Again, to get critical for as old as she is, I'd still like maybe just a shot stouter feature, maybe just a shot more substance to bone. Getting real particular on a high quality one, no doubt. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Galvey female, here in our junior show, coming from Class 12, exhibited by Corbin Lowe, Winfield, Kansas. That's Clara Allen, 415M. Well, congratulations, reserve champion Galvey female in our junior show, coming out of Class 10, exhibited by Tate Warren of Alpena, Arkansas, with T-Bar S Susan M02. Congratulations to all of our Galvey junior exhibitors. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, we did select the grand champion mature female, exhibited by Double R Ranch. That was Flying High Miss Nelly. Reserve champion mature female, exhibited by Randy and Catherine Morris with WIC She's a Daisy.
Well, on the Longhorn side, as we start the mini division here, we've got a pair of heifers that are very, very different in terms of type and kind, and obviously color. The predominantly white roan color, if you will, is going to win the class just based on depth of body, maternal value. There's simply more of her, to be honest with you. If you get comparative, maybe not the ladylike presence out through her throat latch, the top side of the crest of her neck compared to the heifer in second. I just read her to just kind of overwhelm the other one in terms of body. The one in second is better, up through her throat latch, her neck attachment, and thus femininity is on her side. I guess comparative, she gets a little deeper chested and a little inverse in her body, lower body progression, if you will. Just want to give her a shot more time and days on feed and navigate her belly just a little bit different, rear hind leg as well. But a good start to the mini show. Congratulations. Well, another single entry over here. This one's got a lot of quality to her. I like this one pretty well in terms of just look and, again, presence from the side. She's longer toed. I think a good hoof trimming might help her just a little bit, but she's one that still presents a nice look from the side and still has some shape and muscularity to her. So congratulations to him. Obviously an easy decision since there's only one. Congratulations. Well, a pretty easy heifer to win this particular class on the mini Longhorn side here. A heifer that has the quality, the functionality, longevity, and still has a nice balanced look from the side. I thought that was a pretty easy decision. I think it's a little closer here between second and third. Different reasons. The front 2/3 of the white heifer need to win, and ultimately let her do that just because of her body, her rib cage, and muscularity. She needs to be changed out of her upper hip and pin set. That would allow her to navigate the chips just a little better, but a heifer, no doubt. From the side, I like the heifer in third. I think she's one that's proportional, still has a ladylike look in front. She's a little frailer jawed, a little frailer everywhere. Again, a kind of a longer toed female. Need to just change and tweak her just a point or two. High quality, nonetheless. Congratulations. Well, a nice division of many Longhorns over here on this side. A lot of differences, no doubt, amongst the cattle in regards to type and kind and color and horn and all that kind of stuff. And so I guess to me, as you study these three class winners, you go back to, I guess, what I've said all day in regards to cattle that are functional and sound and still have body and still have muscle and yet represent the breed very well. Young lady out of the third class will be the champion. Young lady out of the second class will be reserved. Congratulations. Put your hands together for these exhibitors, please.
Well, congratulations in the miniature Texas Longhorn division. Your junior champion is exhibited by Hunter Lawson with HX3 Hot Cheeto Girl, and reserve champion will go to Kyla and Weldon Lovejoy with LL Dirty Mistress. We're now going to look to see our two classes of senior females before we select the champion reserve senior female.
Really good pair here to represent the mini Longhorn division. A cow that comes with a lot of quality, no doubt. And a lot of these minis, I guess, to me, is that you learn more about them and study their center body. We want to change every one of them and give them a shot more down low. But in regards to production, good functional cattle. This cow's done a really good job with calf at side, no doubt. Cool color, cool horns. We'll see how she stacks up. I like her quite a bit. Congratulations. Another single entry, and again, kind of echo the same comments every time. I like this one from her hook bone forward as good as anything that we've seen in terms of just presence and look and elevation and horn set and all those kinds of things. She's in her working clothes, and so I appreciate the body condition that she is. We do need to change her tail head and the way that it comes into her spine, just a shot. Other than that, really, really high quality. Congratulations. Good senior division. Obviously, just a couple classes with single entries, and so we get what we get. And fortunately, they're both really, really good entries. And so cow calf pair again. We talked that one being obviously in production and doing well with calf at side. Just high quality from just in terms of build and functionality. Followed by the other heifer there that front 2/3 I like quite a bit. And so with that said, going to give the one that's in production. Cow calf pair will be the champion. Young ladies will be reserved back here. Congratulations on a good division.
Well, congratulations. Your senior champion female exhibited by Kylan Weldon Lovejoy with LL Lucky Strike, and reserve champion also goes to Kylan Weldon Lovejoy with LL Firecracker. We're now going to welcome in the junior and senior champions. We'll select the grand and reserve grand champion female.
Well, a good mini Longhorn division, no doubt, and we study these division champions and reserves. They're, again, high quality and quite a bit of difference in between them, and that's okay. The differences is the young lady that wins the junior division here, Bladeback. I like that heifer as good as any in terms of just, again, brood cow potential through the center part of her body, the rib cage that she offers, and the muscularity. She gets a little concerning out here. She comes back amongst her contemporaries up through her front end skeleton, specifically up through the angle to her shoulder, in the way that she wants to put rock forward just a shot, but a good heifer nonetheless. Followed that one by the senior. That was a cow-calf pair. I thought, obviously, in terms of production and functionality. So that's the easy decision. The cow-calf pair be the champion. Congratulations to that young man. I thought it was closer for reserve to the heifer that was or the cow that was second to them versus the young ladies out of the junior division. Again, hook bone forward. I like that kind of spotted up, colored one, roan colored, if you will. Neat horn set, hide, and color, and I think there's enough body to her. She'll be reserved. We'll keep those two together out of the senior division. Congratulations to the many exhibitors.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion miniature Texas Longhorn, exhibited by Kyla and Weldon Lovejoy with LL Lucky Strike. Reserve champion will also come out of that division. Congratulations go to the Lovejoys with LL Firecracker. We'll now look to see our only class of mature females here in the miniature show. Following this class, we will get started with the Texas Longhorn Standard Bull Show.
Bring the matures in, both really good entries, and the young ladies' cow-calf pair is pretty impressive, to be honest with you, specifically the calf side, almost as big as mom, and a neat little udder to her, and she's really, really high quality. She's kind of different than some of the minis in terms of her lower belly progression. I like the symmetry that she has top and down. A nice pair, to be honest with you. Check out the horns on this one coming around here. That is a long horn, if you will. A little frailer jawed entry, if you will, and maybe not as stout in regards to genuine shape, and wants to give up some out of her upper hip and pin. So pretty easy decision to use a cow-calf pair. They'll be the champion mature, and then follow that one with kind of the black roan. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our mature division. Your grand champion mature female, exhibited by Kyla and Weldon Lovejoy with LL Witchy Woman. And reserve champion will go to Caden Lutz. We'll now get started with the Texas Longhorn and Bull Show. We'll look to see Class 22 bulls born May to June of 2025. Back over in the Galvian Balancer Ring, we'll get started with your Balancer Junior Female Show here in just a couple minutes.
Well, a good start to the Longhorn Bull Show here. Just got a bull calf out here, and he's pretty naive to the ring, and so we're going to get him in and out pretty quick. Nice entry, to be honest with you. This one from his scapula back, you like this one specifically as young as he is. His body, his genuine shape and muscularity, and still comes with the right kind of feet and legs. Got a neat look to him. Better days ahead, no doubt. Time and days on feet, I think that one's pretty good. Congratulations to a good start to the Bull Show.
Well, congratulations in Class 22 over here in the Texas Longhorn Ring. First place exhibited by Langston Taylor with Perpetual Society CP. We're now going to welcome in Class 23. These bulls are born March to April of 2025.
Well, a good pair of bulls. To me, as you study these two, they're different, and so there's parts and pieces to each of these bulls that I'd take and put on the other skeleton. That's kind of a cheesy thing to say, but it's kind of true in this case. Feet and legs are what's going to sort this pair as they come in the ring. I just see more flexibility and comfort out of the rear skeleton of the bull that wins the class. Body shape, the muscularity, and the genuine just expression that the bull in second has. Looks like they've kind of treated him maybe for a little fraud. But what's as he knuckles up on his rear pastern, and hopefully I told the young lady with time and healing that relaxes and becomes better for her, because I think he may be in the long run the better bull. We got to do it. We got to study them as they are today. And so to me, I just don't feel comfortable enough letting him win just based on the fact that he's not good enough off of his rear two as he stands today. Congratulations, a good pair of bulls.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Texas Longhorn Ring. Results out of Class 23. First place, we'll go to back number 911. This is LR Rack 'em Up CP, exhibited by Double Longhorns. And second place in that class, exhibited by Tamara and Thomas Bush. Currently in the ring is Class 24 before we select the junior champion and reserve bulls. Back over in the balancer ring, we are starting out with your first class balancer females. Born May to June of 2025, single entry first place went to Cameron Nowak of Bland, Missouri.
Well, just a single entry on the Longhorn side here. Predominantly Black Bull comes in the ring, and it's got a lot of good to him as well. His rib cage, his muscle shape, and all those kinds of things that read masculinity are definitely going to be in his favor later I do want to change his skeleton a little bit in the way that he comes off of his rear hock and hind leg, give him a shot more punch up high in terms of his pin set. Good bull. Congratulations to her. Well, a good junior bull division here. Again, a couple of single entries coupled with one that had some competition. And to me, as you study these bulls, they all have some trade-offs, no doubt. And yet at the same time, there's a couple that I think, again, maybe quality is not the best term for a bull, but I think they are definitely maybe better built, even though one's a little tender. We're going to keep the two together out of Class 2 for Champion Reserve Junior Bull. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your junior champion bull over here in the Texas Longhorn Show. Coming out of Class 23, that's LR Rack 'em Up CP, exhibited by Double Aught Longhorns, and reserve champion. Go to Tamara Thomas Bush with TB Oakley.
Just a single entry over here on the Longhorn side. A good bull, a bull that comes to us with some masculinity, some body, and some shape to him. As you get a little critical on him, I want to change him out of his hip and hind leg, clean his throat up just a shot. Good bull nonetheless. Congratulations to you, bud.
Well, congratulations over in the Texas Longhorn ring. Results before the division champion selection. First place in Class 24 will go to Randy and Catherine Morris with L.R. Stanley CP. Back over the balancer ring, results out of Class 18 before the division. First place exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with BSSC BCFG Simply Irresistible. Second place in that class, and congratulations goes to Clarabelle Bishop of Cox Creek, Kentucky. Third place was exhibited by JC Diane Carroll of Raymore, Missouri. Fourth place will go to Dylan Swindler of Braymore, Missouri. And fifth place in Class 18, exhibited by Riley Joe Hightower. We're now going to welcome in your first and seconds. We'll select a champion reserve spring heifer calf.
Well, young lady brings us one. I guess it only takes one, right, to just prove how high quality this breed is getting. He's pretty good, to be honest with you. This thing has the neat look, the functionality, but can back it up with some masculinity, some muscle. I'm going to kind of quit talking and just admire him. That's a good one. Congratulations. Well, as we study these two in this division, no offense to the young man, we just kind of got a man and amongst one that kind of gets just kind of dominated everywhere. Easy champion young lady has here, a very high quality reserve as well. Congratulations on a nice pair of bulls.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, your champion senior bull is exhibited by Tamarin Thomas Bush with LR Mr. Rager CP. And reserve champion will go to Kyla and Weldon Lovejoy with LL Flight Risk. We're now going to welcome in the junior and senior champions to select a grand and reserve grand champion Texas Longhorn bull. Back over in the balancer ring, results out of the first division. Your champion exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with BSSC BCFG Simply Irresistible, and reserve champion goes to Clarabelle Bishop of Cox Creek, Kentucky, with Butler's Miss Nevea 549N. Now in the ring is Class 20. These are balancer females born February of 2025.
Well, the Longhorn Bull Show was very similar, I guess, maybe to the females, even with smaller numbers. But the quality, again, is very, very good. And so when we get to the backdrop here, I guess to kind of keep the judge out of hot water and see some quality at the backdrop, all these four bulls definitely have quality. But I think there's two that stack up very similar in terms of type and kind, and still have the right kind of show ring look to back that up. The senior bull's the easy champion. The young man's junior bull reserve. Congratulations on a good pair.
Well, congratulations over here in the Texas Longhorn Ring. Results out of your Grand Champion Bull Drive. Your champion exhibited by Double Lot Longhorns with LR Rack 'em Up CP, and reserve champion went to Tamara and Thomas Bush with LR Mr. Rager CP.
Well, over on the Longhorn side, this is kind of, I guess, the cream of the crop from a breeder perspective to get the Producer dam out here, and I understand that the black ones are twins. So that's pretty cool, and yet when you study these, I talked the Grand and Reserve female in class as being very, very similar, and then I said I don't know if they're related or not. Well, guess what? They are, and so that's even cooler. I told the gal in charge of things over here, that's pretty cool to get this set out here, and they ultimately will be placed accordingly. The red pair will be the first place ones, and then the other Producer dam. I tell you what, both of them deserve a round of applause. That's hard to do. Extremely high quality, specifically for the Longhorn breed. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations back over in the balancer ring. Results out of Class 20. First place exhibited by Luke Barnett of Woodlawn, Tennessee, with Butler's Miss Naomi 207 NET. Second place will go to Ella Hotzel of Oldsburg, Kansas, with JTCW WNCC Nova 127N. Third place exhibited by back number 1765 Brock Lowe, Winfield, Kansas. Fourth place go to back number 1766 Cole Brooks. Fifth place was exhibited by Bo Nowak, and sixth place will go to Rhett Hightower. We're now judging in Ring 1, Class 21, balancer females born January of 2025. Over in the Texas Longhorn ring, we'd like to congratulate the first place in our Produce a Dam class, the Lock and Payne Partnership. Second place in the Produce class will go to Blakeman family. In the Get class, we'd like to congratulate Tamara and Thomas Bush. Again, those are our two group classes over here in the Texas Longhorn ring.
Get a sire comes out here, and I'll tell you what, just so impressive. We got the Grand Bull, and then we've got this set of cattle that we just talked about being twins. It's very, very humbling to get, first off, to be in the ring at the Cattleman's Congress, but, not being a Longhorn breeder and maybe not being as versed as some of you in regards to the breed standards and all those kinds of things, but at the same time, they're beef cattle, and we've got to get more muscle on them. You've done such an incredible job as a breed association to get these cattle more functional, more realistic in regards to meat production. I'm very, very impressed. Obviously, Get a Sire is a prestigious award. Wish we had more entries, but you dang sure deserve to win, so congratulations. Well, a good pair of bull calves as we start on the main side of the Longhorn show. We've got one that's simply older here that's got more maturity. Consequently, just more everywhere. As you study him out of his skeleton, I think he's acceptable in regards to the way that he goes at the surface here. A nice place to start. Got a baby coming next, and that's okay. He's going to have probably more muscle in terms of just genuine shape. Maybe as our class winner. We got a lot of time and days on feed to see how this guy matures out. Want to change him out of his hip just a shot in the way that he comes from his hooks to his pins.
Well, congratulations over here to start out the miniature Texas Longhorn Bull Show. First place exhibited by Kyla and Weldon Lovejoy with LL Lockjaw. Second place in that class will go to Lazy JP Ranch with JP Charles Wallace. That will also be your champion reserve junior bulls. We're now going to look to see our two classes of senior bulls.
Well, single entry in the senior division so far. Nice bull. This one's really unique for a mini in terms of the extension of his neck, his attachment there, and yet coupled with that has some rib shape and some muscularity and still sound. A nice entry. Congratulations to her.
Well, congratulations in Class 22 over here in the Texas Longhorn Ring. First place exhibited by Redeker and Lazy JP Ranch partnership with V3C Shooters Firebrand. And we're now going to welcome in Class 23 before we select the Champion Reserve Senior Bulls.
We got our senior bulls out here on the mini Longhorn side here, and the young lady that comes out of the old class here. We haven't talked to him yet. A very impressive bull. He's got some masculinity to him up through the top side of his neck, and so that correlates to the fact that he's got a lot of rib and muscularity to him. He wants to fight the halter, but when he finally walks and goes, I think he's sound and comfortable at the surface. We can see the angle to his joints, and his posture in there is very appropriate. So we get these two back out here. They're kind of different in terms of type and kind. The young lady out of the younger class here, that bull's impressive, as I said in class. Shoulder forward, that's an extended one that's really got a lot of length of body to him. I guess comparative maybe needs a shot more genuine shape up through the top side of his skeleton, but a good pair, and I think they complement each other, yet different. Young lady's more masculine bull will be the champion senior bull. This one will be reserved. Very good pair. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations back over in the balancer ring. Results out of the winter heifer calf division. Your champion exhibited by Kogan Philip Schilling of Goodland, Kansas, with Butler's Miss Nellie N134 ET. And reserve champion in that division will go to Luke Barnett of Woodlawn, Tennessee, with Butler's Miss Naomi 207 NET.
Got our division champions on the mini Longhorn side here. A high quality set again, and in order to expedite time and move along, I think there's a pair that complement each other that are different builds, but I think they offer more good in relation to just functionality, build, and quality. The two older bulls will stay together. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the balancer ring. Results out of Class 23. First place exhibited by Thompson Phelps of Paragould, Arkansas, with Journey's First Lady, M121. We'll now look to see Class 24 balancer females born September to December of 2024. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, results out of our miniature bull division. Your senior and reserve senior champion, as well as your grand and reserve grand champion bull, exhibited champion by Kyla and Weldon Lovejoy with LL Moneymaker, and reserve champion will go to that reserve champion senior bull exhibited by Redeker and Lazy JP Ranch partnership with V3C Shooters Firebrand. We're now going to roll into the trophy steer division over here in the Texas Longhorn Show. Following that division, we will take a break in the Texas Longhorn Show before we get started with the youth.
Well, I guess kind of a, I don't know if it's a ring favorite or not to look at these trophy steers. These things are interesting creatures. Uh, it's a lot of fun to get on them and up close to them. They're big. They're big bovine, and so as we study, I guess what they're used for, or what we're looking at here in terms of priorities, at least in my opinion, we're going to leave them the way that they came in. The young lady in the cowboy hat there, I'm a cattleman, and so I'm going to talk about him in terms of his skeleton, in addition to the fact that he's got a very symmetrical horn set, a really cool color to go with it. But I think he's just better cattle. I don't know how old these things are, and I know that we're not going to consume them, but they do have contemporary mates out there and heifer mates that are probably in production. So I like his skeleton better. I think he's got more natural shape to him. I think his functionality and feature is better, coupled with the fact that his hide and his horn and all that kind of thing are kind of my gig. And so congratulations to her. I think it's closer between 2 and 3. The one in second, if you look at hides and what the value of those are, he's kind of a neat colored tiger stripe beast. It's kind of got some modeling there, and so I like that about him. I think his head and horn set is impressive as well compared to our class winner. Maybe not the functionality in terms of the way that he comes out of his upper hip and pin set, nonetheless high quality for sure. I do like the head and horn set of this Brockle in third. I don't know that his hide is as impressive in terms of maybe more of a monotone, dull color. And I don't know. I mean, you people tell me. It's my call today, and so that's the way I'm going to talk it on the microphone. I do like the fact that he has a neat horn set, a neat color to the tip of his horn, the right kind of modeling in his face. He is a big creature, and you get on top and study him. I just want to open him up in terms of a beef animal, but again, very impressive. Super high quality trio. Congratulations to all 3 exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in our first class of trophy steers. This will also be your junior champion steer, going to Double R Ranch with Flying High Quigley. Second place in reserve in that division, exhibited by Melissa Dittmar with OCC Undercover. And third place, exhibited by Avery Mathey. We'll now look to see Class 5. This will also be your senior division champion.
Well, the young lady tells me this guy's 5 years old, and I don't know what his wingspan is, but that is an incredible set of horns on this thing. And for a 5-year-old, he's still pretty high quality in regards to, again, beef animals, and not putting him back into the food chain, but talking about contemporaries and sisters that may be out in production, a functional set of feet and legs, and he's maintained. I'm sure he's had a pretty good life. He's looking at me like I'm crazy. But anyway, that is a very interesting creature. Congratulations to you. Well, we have our trophy steers out here, our junior division and our senior division. We talked to each one of them, and again, just kind of overwhelming for me to get out here and not being a Longhorn breeder and just kind of getting on top of these things. It's an iconic breed, and everybody kind of thinks of the Longhorns when we watch Western movies and all that kind of jazz. But I'll say it again before I get off the mic. We've got the many steers to go, but these are beef cattle, and I think with confidence I can say that the Longhorn breed, specifically in the show side of things, are trying to get these things not only to hold the value with horn and hide, but to be more close to the industry in regards to beef animals. And so it's impressive to see cattle that still have the look and just the general impression of what a Longhorn should be, coupled with the fact that we've gotten these things so good in terms of their skeletal quality and functionality, and with that comes the right kind of skeleton, complements the fact that muscle's a pretty easy thing to get in terms of a generation or two. In regards to trophy steers, we got a 3-year-old versus a 5-year-old. We've got kind of a toss-up on hide on what your preference would be. That way, we've got a horn set that's kind of cool, upturned versus one that's insanely wide. And so I don't know. And so to me, I'm going to use the one that I think's the coolest. The old one's the coolest. He'll be the champion. That one's pretty dang cool too. Congratulations if you want to flip them. I don't know. It's my call. I'm going to drive home using the long one. Right? Longhorn. All right. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations back over in the Texas Longhorn Ring. Your champion trophy steer exhibited by Tim and Janelle Woodard with AJ Skipper and reserve champion. Go to Double R Ranch with Flying H. Quigley. We're now going to take a break here in Ring 2 before we get started with your Youth Texas Longhorn Show. Back over in the balancer ring, results out of the senior heifer calf division. Champion will go to back number 1784. That's T-Bar S. Coliseum. We're about ready in ring 2 to get started with your Youth Texas Longhorn Show. We'll be welcoming to the ring Mr. Kirk Steerwall of Leedy, Oklahoma.
Well, starting off your Texas Longhorn show, and like I said, great honor here to be here to represent not only the cattle industry and being involved with that every day, but being able to be involved with the youth of any breed, no matter that. Also affiliated with the Congress show here, just a great event, and to me, where it in cases, and to me lets everybody promote their cattle and their breeds. And like I said, I'm really looking forward to this particular lineup of cattle as we get through here, also being able to work with the youth out here today. So it's truly an honor. Thank you very much. And like I said, expecting a great show out of it. This first heifer here, I mean, when she come in, I mean, she's just one that gravitates to the front pretty easily for me. She checks the most boxes. She's very balanced. She's very genuine all the way through. You love her color pattern. I mean, she's neat up out of her front end. I love that straightness over her top. And I think she transitions down into her feet and legs and carries that muscle deep into her hock. I think she carries the most center body. When you look at her, she's more uniform in her underall depth all the way through back into her back third. And to me, she just, like I said, puts a lot of combination things together, and to me surfaces in this particular class pretty easily for me. From her, then I kind of went to one I thought was a little more on the beefier side. I like this heifer. I mean, she's got some stoutness to us. She's genuine in her shape and her muscle. She's smooth up through her top. I think she also carries a nice amount of center body. She's neat up through her front end, very sleek and very feminine and very maternal in her kind. You get back into her, to me, her muscle shape, and she wants to get just a little bit more rounder, tailhead just a little bit higher than you'd like. You'd like to level that into her hip just a little bit better to make her better, but she's really, really good kind of cattle, and like I said, lands in there really nicely. I think that, a calf that I think's got a great future to her, honey, so I think your day's coming, but she is one that's straight up over her top. She's one that, to me, has got a good look to her. Like I love her markings, love her color. She's just a little bit more, she's one of the younger ones of the class. She's given up the maturity and the dimension compared to the cattle that go out ahead of her today, but she's just one that she's got a great pattern to her. Like I said, she's got a lot of parts and pieces that I think are going to be a great attribute to her down when she becomes a bigger heifer with some performance and, like I said, some time. As we get into the next heifer, and I think this one, like I said, I love her that she's one that's sleek in her look, straight up over her top. I think she's agile on her feet and legs. She's just a little more refined in her bone and in her build. She's just not as muscular, if you will, to me, compared to the ones that go out ahead of her. But there again, I think one that's got a great profile look to her. And I think we round out the class also a really good kind of a heifer, that one that's got some length to her. She's good in her spine. She just wants to kind of roll off her hip. She just is not near as square as some of the cattle up ahead, but I do like her growth of performance and her day of age that she carries out here today. A nice set of cattle starting off your Longhorn show once again here today. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in our first class here in the youth division of the Texas Longhorn Show. First place exhibited by shown by Jalen Krimmel and entered by Tamara and Thomas Bush. That's TB's Southern Charm. Second place, and congratulations go to Michael Brody Gregory. Third place exhibited by Braylon Miller. Fourth place will go to Meredith Pine. Fifth place will go to Tenali Greenleaf. We're now going to welcome in Class 4. These females are born March to April of 2025. Joining us here in Ring 2, Mr. Kirk Steerwalt. Kirk is from Leedy, Oklahoma, where his family and him operate Steerwalt Cattle and Clinics, established in 1987. They have exhibited and sold numerous champions across the U.S. and Canada. Their 300-head cow herd concentrates on club calf steers and breeding heifers of various breeds. Kirk has judged many state fairs and national major shows across the U.S. and Canada. Kirk has been conducting nationwide and international show cattle clinics for 38 years. Kirk's advice is dream big, work hard, be consistent, and show up when you're supposed to. Again, Kirk and his family reside in Leedy, Oklahoma. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Welcome Mr. Kirk Steerwalt here to the Cattlemen's Congress.
Another nice set of heifer calves, and I think, here's one that I think dominates this class just from a performance standpoint. I mean, she's, to me, upstanding kind of a female. She's one that's really nice up over her top, and I think she's really square and level out through her hip, and she's just one that when you get out here on the move, she carries some bones. She gets out here and glides around the ring nicely, and she's one that young man does a nice job getting her presented, and she's just easy to find out here to me in this particular class. The second heifer, a little more challenging. I like her stoutness. I mean, she's one that carries that shape down low. She does have some, to me, rib shape and body right through the center portion. I think she's one that's very smooth in her build. I really appreciate that about her. She's just not as wide pinned as the female that goes out ahead of her. She just gets a little bit more narrow base tracking away from her to move her up higher past that first one. We get into third and fourth, and I think, these cattle are a little leaner in their kind, and, I chose to choose this heifer here. I love her markings. She's one that's, to me, very nice as far as extension of her spine, and she's one that carries down into her leg. I like that hind leg set that she has here, the way she carries that natural curve to the ground. But she's one that, like I said, just a little bit more shallow, a little bit more. You'd like to deepen her up in her center rib, to give her, to me, get past the two that go out ahead of her today. And young lady's heifer here, like I said, we had a heifer in the last class, and the same type of deal. She's long spine, level out through her tail head. She's one that, to me, is just too tubular through her center body. I mean, you just like to give her a little bit more underline, but I love her look. I love her length. I mean, she's got a lot of things there. I think time and feed and days on feed, and to me, helps that heifer. I think every bite of feed, that one gets better. So to me, a nice set of cattle in your second class here today. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 4 over here in the Youth Texas Longhorn Show. First place exhibited by Michael Brody Gregory with LR Jubilee 10-bar Jane CP. Second place will go to Hadley Anderson. Third place exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. And fourth place go to Harper Keene. We'll now look to see Class 5 before the division. In ring one, we're going to get started with your junior percentage Charlet Heifer Show. Welcoming to the ring our judge today, Mr. Mark Kelly.
I'm going to leave these like they are. Like I said, this black speckled heifer, she's just one that really flashy and eye-catching. I love her maternal look. She's really nice and has some length to her. I love the way her shape comes down into her hock. I really love the way she transitioned into her hock set and the way she comes down to her feet and legs. She's just one that looks like a really nice breeding heifer kind of female, but yes, got that show ring look. She's pretty cool, and I'm just saying, like I said, I love her markings, and she just does a lot of things that I really like. The heifer in second, I'm going to say, the third heifer, I mean, she's stouter, probably a little beefier in her kind, but I'm going to stay with more what I feel like a more feminine look, a little bit more maternal in her kind. I think a little more cow power, if you will. I love the way she comes into her shoulders. I think she's very angular in that regard. I think she's got some nice shape up over her top. Young lady, you do a beautiful job of showing her. I love her condition that she's in here today. I mean, she's very smooth in her build, the way she's put together, but she's just not as stout made and doesn't carry that internal shape down deep into her hock as that heifer that goes out. But there again, I think one that's level up over her top. You really got to appreciate that heifer. She's just really a nice one too. The heifer in third, I mean, she's one here, and if you're on the side, she's probably the stoutest one of the class. I agree to that. You know what I mean? And you know what? When I look at her from her shoulders back, I love a lot of things about her. I love her shape. I love her smoothness. I love her color. I mean, she just one. The young man does a great job with her. But when you get up into her front 1/3, she just gets a little bit more coarser in her shoulder and a little bit more masculine and deeper in her neckline. And I chose to go with one I thought were just a little bit more sleeker, and I thought were a little more combination kind of females. But I'm just saying that heifer there is very unique. And you know what? I'm just saying is she's awfully good. Those three heifers in this class are all three different kinds of cattle. But they're all, to me, very, very good, and they're right. And then we come into the fourth place heifer, and I mean, here's one that I just feel like is just a little bit more flatter in her shape and probably just doesn't carry the internal width as some of them out here today. Like I said, she gets a little bolder in her crest line, and to me, you just like to sleek her up just like the one that went out ahead of her today. And we conclude here. Here's a heifer that, like I said, the young lady does a beautiful job of showing her. I think she's one that her day is coming down the road. I love her top line. I love the way she comes up out of her shoulders. Like I said, we just got to give her a little bit more rib shape and a little bit more body, and I think that helps her, and I think that comes later on. And like I said, but a nice set of females out here today. Congratulations to these youth exhibitors here today. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations back over in the Texas Longhorn Ring. Results out of Class 5. First place was exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. Second place went to Quinlan Gallant. Third place exhibited by Michael Gregory. Fourth place go to Colton Wood. In fifth place went to Sheridan Van Blarcom. Over in the Charlet Ring, we brought in the first class here in your junior percentage heifer show, Class 8A late spring heifer calves.
as we select your junior champion here on the Longhorn side. And once again, a really strong calf division here. And like I said, we started out this show really strong. That heifer calf there, I love her color. I love the way she comes down the ground. I mean, she's really soft in her angles, and she's one that's really smooth in her makeup, really good in her chest, nice extension, really a show heifer to me, and one that's just got a tremendous future to her. You know, the middle class here, the second class, that heifer was awful strong too. I mean, you just loved her for, to me, the growth that she comes out here with. She's level up over her top, and she's sound and functional on each corner. And I mean, she's one that you have to really appreciate. A little different kind than what maybe is on each side of her, but she's good. And I mean, she's one that, like I said, you love her. To me, what she brings to the table from that standpoint. We come out of Class 3, and that heifer is very neatly marked. I mean, she's one that's really has a nice muscle shape to her, the way she carries down deep into her hock. She's one that's really attractive, and one that's got a tremendous show ring look to her. I love her. Like I said, I love her color. I love what she brings out here today. I mean, to me, she's one that's up-headed. Young lady does a great job with her out here today. I'm going to go get your top two out here today. And like I said, we have our reserves respectively, or our second place, and we'll go get your champion of reserve. Let's give our young people a big round of applause. Nice job out here today.
Well, congratulations over here in the Youth Texas Longhorn Show. Your junior champion female exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. That's 14K's Kiss My Sass. And congratulations, reserve in that division coming out of Class 3, also exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. That's TB Southern Charm. Back over to the Percentage Charlet Show. The results out of that first class of late spring heifer calves. First place was Conley Elvira 180N, exhibited by Elizabeth Sligger of Tupelo, Oklahoma. Second place in that class, exhibited by John Davis III. In third place, we'll go to Reed Groves of Beggs, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 8B, early spring heifer calves.
In our single entry, really a nice, to me, female. Definitely one that can handle some more competition out here. I mean, she's one that, like I said, she's so level all the way through. I love her condition that she's in here today, really in good rig. I mean, you get behind her, she doesn't disappoint you. I mean, you get her out here and you put her in motion. I think she's very athletic to the ground. She's one that gets a little bit more bolder in her crest line. Yeah, I would like to maybe sleek her up and feminine up in that 1/3 there to make her better. But to me, she's a beautifully made heifer from front to back. Comes with tons of balance, comes with some eye appeal, and just like I said, one that's very solid all the way through. Really, very nice female. And we'll catch her back in here momentarily. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in Class 8 in the Texas Longhorn Ring. First place exhibited by Kennedy Buchanan with WIC Mary Jane. Now in the ring, we'll look to see Class 9 females born May to August of 2024.
Another single entry, and I really like this heifer. I mean, she's one that's maternal. She's broody in her kind. She comes with a lot of cow power. I mean, here's one that, like I said, she gets a little bold up in her neckline, but she's good in her chest. I love her depth of body. She's smooth the way she comes together. She blends in, ties in from front to back. She's one that's level up out of her hip. And she just one, like I said, she's not as relaxed on the halter here, but to me, when you get her parked and you get her stopped, you really have to appreciate that heifer. Big up over her top, really carries that forerib and up in through her shoulders, and she's just really a neat female. We'll catch her back in here momentarily. Congratulations to the young man.
Well, congratulations back over in the Charlet ring. Results out of Class 8B early spring heifer calves. First place exhibited by Caselyn Grofford of Greenfield, Oklahoma with FFF Miss Business 51-16. Second place was exhibited by Taylor Spray of Sharon, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Kensington Reed of Lewisburg, Kansas. Fourth place was exhibited by Katie Dismusks of fifth place, and congratulations will go to Shayla Dismukes. Now in the ring is Class 8C Junior Heifer Calves. Well, congratulations in the Charlet ring. Results out of Class 8C Junior Heifer Calves. First place was exhibited by Tilden Smith of Altus, Oklahoma, with Pavlola 510N. And second place and congratulations go to Eli Rogers of Stratford, Missouri. We're now going to welcome in Class 8D Junior Heifer Calves to conclude the division.
Another nice class of cattle. And I think, like I said, the heifer that I'm starting with, to me, jumps up here and to me pretty handily for me. I mean, she's one that comes together with a lot of blended combinations that I like. I love her markings and her pattern, and she's one that's to me very good in her kind and very good in her rig. She's one that's really nice in her condition. She carries that smoothness and that depth of body uniformly from front to back. Young lady does a beautiful job of getting her stuck out here. She's one, when you look at her from behind, she's the stoutest and most muscular, but yet she keeps that muscle, to me, genuine and long. And to me, when you combine all those things together and yet gives you that kind of show ring look. I mean, to me, she's just one that lands in here pretty handedly for me. Second, as we get in here, then going down, just more cow power here. I mean, a young lady does a great job with her, but I love her performance. I mean, I love her condition that she's in. She's just about right for me. And I mean, but she's one that's not as flashy in her kind, not as stout made in her overall genuine, to me, shape. But yet she carries that depth of body, and I think she's just a little bit more sleeker and a little bit more, like I said, maternal in her look. I like the heifer in third, and really, honestly, the big challenge for me in this class was third and fourth. I mean, if I want to stay with that maternal look, I can go up with the fourth one up to third, but I like the beefiness, the stoutness. I love her markings. I think she's one that carries a lot of things together. She's a little bit more moderate in her size, but she gets a little more, to me, she's a little bit too far in her condition. It just seems like, to me, it doesn't keep her as sleek, and she just gets a little coarser in her overall makeup, but I like her stoutness and, to me, what she brings out here. Like I said, this here, to me, carries the frame. She's one that's a little bit more upstanding. I'd like to maybe bring her down a notch. She's just a little bit more flatter in her shape, just not as neat out through her pins and out through her tailhead compared to that heifer that went out ahead of her. The heifer that comes in here next, I think, is one that's very much a maternal kind of female. She just one that gets a little bit more opened up over her top. She's just a little bit more green or thin, if you will, just a little bit more rugged in her kind, but I like a lot of things about that heifer. I think we round out the class here, and I think these heifers are good kind of females. They're just giving up too much, to me, size and performance and dimension. They're just not there yet. I mean, they just need some days on feed, and to me, I just felt like that, the heifer, that we conclude with, she's long as spined as you'll get, but a little bit more shallow and trim. I mean, I like a lot of things about them. Like I said, we're just not as deep and long and far along from a maturity standpoint to move them up any higher today. Let's give our young exhibitors a nice round of applause. Nice big class there today. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Charlotte ring, results out of Class 8D before the division. First place exhibited by back number 1511. That was OBG Millie M3, exhibited by Stockton Scott of Miami, Oklahoma. Second place in that class went to Braylon Reed of Lewisburg, Kansas. Now in the ring, our judge will select his champion reserve percentage junior heifer calves. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, results out of Class 10, females born January to April of 2024. First place exhibited by back number 962. That was Harley Joe Robertson with HX3 Destiny's Child. Second place go to back number 960, exhibited by Braylon Miller. That was WIC Clover Hart. Third place went to Michael Brody Gregory. Fourth place exhibited by Avery Matthey. Fifth place exhibited by Denali Greenleaf. Sixth place went to Quinlan Gallet, and seventh place go to Samantha Tiller. Now in the ring is Class 11, females born in 2023 before the division. Well, congratulations in our first division of percentage Charolais females, your junior heifer calf champion exhibited by Tilden Smith with Pavlola 510N. And reserve champion, congratulations, goes to Conley Elvira 180N, exhibited by Elizabeth Sligger of Tupelo, Oklahoma. We'll now look to get started with the next division. This will be your percentage senior heifer calves.
Very interesting class, and I mean, I had to, and those are following along the ring here, and I'm just saying is, because I was like, okay, wait just a minute here, but anyway, because these are on their second calf, they're bred, everything in here is bred except the calf that is the freshest one in here, the one here. But I'm just saying is, some are coming with their second calf, some of these are with their first calf, and so to me, but I mean, when you look at these cattle and the way they're designed, and that's kind of where I'm hanging my hat. And then the other thing is, a lot of times I had the calf carry the weight, especially when we get into here, maybe, like I said, so there is some trade-off, and for me and my thinking here today. But I'll tell you what, that heifer out here in front, she's one that to me jumps up here pretty quickly for me. I mean, she's one that's a beast. She's stout made. I love the shape that she's in. I mean, I wouldn't want her any heavier, but I mean, she's a load. And I mean, man, she's got some shape to her. I mean, she's one that's well presented. I mean, you've done a great job of getting that one ring ready today. I mean, she's well shown. And like I said, she comes with so much balance and eye appeal and very functional from a lot of different ways. And I feel like she's one that checks the most boxes and probably the hardest one to make, but just very, very cool, very flashy, and one that, like I said, had me at hello when she came. The second heifer, I think, follows suit, and I think she's one that she's not as level out through her hip, but there again, she's one that carries that, to me, shape. She's smooth in her markings and in her makings. I mean, the way she's put it up together, the way her makeup is. I think she's one that in her build, she just has to go there. I mean, she's one that I'd like to change her up in her hip design and her hip shape when you get back in her tailhead, but from her hook bone forward, to me, she's as nice as they come. We come into the third place heifer, and and cow, if you will, and I'm just saying it. I love her markings. I mean, to me, she's awfully good. She's up-headed. I love the way she comes up out of her neck. I love the way she comes together. She's deep-bodied. She gets to where she's not as level out through her hip and her tailhead. I love that her calf. I mean, there's a lot of performance there. I love her bag. I mean, she's beautiful in the way she's put together. I mean, she's one that comes together. I just like to level her out through her hip, to move past the two that go out, but that's a nice pair coming in here. The heifer in fourth, and I think she's one that's awful good, too. I think her day's coming. She's just a little more trim in her underline. I mean, she's probably, she's real showy, doesn't have a calf on her, but I mean, like I said, I'd like to deepen her down. She just gets a little bit more higher up in her flank, and like I said, but I like that smoothness and the way she comes up out of her neck. The next pair, like I said, is one that's awfully good. The calf gets her there. I'm just saying, is this heifer, her mom to me wants to come off her hip. It just doesn't quite come quite as level, but I like her depth of body. I love her maternal look, cowy and broody in her own makeup. Calf carries a ton of performance, carry a lot of eye appeal. To me, a nice pair, and I think out beautifully marked. To me, like I said, just giving up too much shape compared to the ones that go out here today. But a nice set of cattle from top to bottom. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, results at a Class 11 before the division. First place exhibited by Sheridan Van Blarcom with LR Lily and CP. Second place exhibited by Michael Gregory with LR Ripping CP. Third place was exhibited by Bryn Hickman. Fourth place went to Avery Matthey. Fifth place, Ethan Hickman. And sixth place went to Meredith Pye. Now in the ring, our judge will select his champion reserve, senior female. Back over in the Charlet ring, results out of the percentage senior heifer calf division. Champion went to MJ Kit Kat 418, exhibited by Crew Baldwin of Tologa, Oklahoma, and reserve champion. And congratulations go to Lady Novak of El Reno, Oklahoma, with Noel. Well, congratulations. Back over the percentage Charlet ring, results out of the intermediate heifer division. Champion exhibited by Legend Cooper of Anadarko, Oklahoma, with Legends Miss Bree. We'll now welcome in Class 11. These are spring yearling heifers.
We select your senior division here, and like I said, strong division. Really, to me, a lot of quality. I think we had a lot of consistency on down the line with the type of cattle that, to me, we came in here. And I think, if you look out here at this lineup, and hopefully you can follow kind of what I like and what I'm looking for. And it's kind of one of the things like here, and I mean, we have to keep the maternal look. We have to keep them sound, but we like to put some added muscle and shape to them, but it's got to be the right kind as well. And I think we started off Class 1. That heifer is long in her lines, and I mean, she's level out. I love the way that tailhead sits in here so nice and square and true. I mean, she's so smooth. I mean, that one there just, to me, angles together so nicely the way she's put together. I love her center body, very functional. Young lady does a great job with her. Heifer in Class 2, I think, is another one that's really good up over her top, and, she's one that comes with a lot of depth of body, and I think she's one that carries some internal shape to her as well. She gets a little bit more rugged and coarser up through her front 1/3. I'd like to maybe sleek her and trim her if you would, but she's really good in her chest. And like I said, the young man does an awful good job out here. I think we really stepped up the bar in Class 3. I mean, here's one that is cowy and maternal, but she's really showy in her look. She's not as stout. You get up, today, she's in the contender status. Like I said, she's definitely one that's got a great presence to her. You get up on her, she doesn't carry as much top as here, but when you get her on the profile, you really love that added profile look that she has, and to me, one that she's still in the thick of things. The heifer out of Class 4 is just, one that I think is awfully good. She's just one that's level, and she's stout, and she's one that's got some length to her, and she's sound on her feet and legs and carries some bone. And, I wouldn't want her any heavier condition. I mean, but she's one that, like I said, is hard to make, and one that's very genuine in her kind, and just has that natural look to her. Young lady does a great job with her out here, too. And the young man that followed in there second behind her, also very stout made and big backed, and kind of a female that carries a lot of product to her. So to me, I'm going to take another spin here. We're going to get your top two out here. Let's give our young people a big round of applause for a great job out here in this division. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, senior champion female coming out of Class 11. That was back number 969, LR Lily and CP, exhibited by Sheridan Van Blarcom. And congratulations, reserve champion senior female coming out of the same class. That was class 11, back number 970, LR Ripping CP, exhibited by Michael Brody Gregory. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now welcome in the champion reserve junior and seniors to select a grand reserve overall female.
As we select your champion female, and like I said, very impressive show. I mean, you never know what you're going to see, and these four out here, for me, I'm proud of them. I know these exhibitors are as well, and the breeders behind them. And to me, it's just one of them. To me, as they come back, like I said, I'm still in. And when we got into our calf division, and those two calves there have a tremendous future on them, and I think it could be a dogfight on them too, wherever you go, because I think both of them are that good. And I think, that black heifer, I mean, I love the way she comes down to her ground in her transition and her hawk design, and I like that muscle shape that she carries down deep into that. But she is really long and very attractive, and she just beautifully marked and, like I said, well shown. And like I said, the reserve behind her was awfully good too. And I mean, if you wanted to flip them, you could do it, and the cattle are that good. I mean, I'm just telling you what, because that reserve is one that's so good in her lines and neat in her markings, and she just one that's very impressive as well. We got into your senior division, and to me, there's a couple here that are, to me, powerhouses. And I mean, the one that come out of that division, she just so, to me, good in her kind, and she comes with so much to her. I mean, she just one that's massive in her build, and yet, I mean, she's just comes with some cow power. And you think about one that's on her second round of to me, calving and whatnot, and still have that kind of look and presence to her. Like I said, she's one that's that's very impressive, and behind her just as well. So really a nice lineup out here. Excellent job. Like I said, I'm going to go get your top two out here. Let's give our young people a big round of applause. A tremendous job out here as well.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Texas Longhorn female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. And our youth show will go to Sheridan Van Blarcom with LR, Lily Ann, CP, and reserve grand champion. And congratulations to Michael Gregory with LR Ripping CP. At this time, over the percentage Charlet ring, we're going to bring in those division champion reserves, and our judge will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion percentage females.
We start your mini show, and to me, mini Longhorn show. And like I said, this heifer here, she's one that, like I said, very youthful. I mean, she's one that's very sleek and maternal in her. And to me, from her front 1/3 or 2/3, really, I mean, she does carry some sense. I would like to, keep stouting her up from when you get behind her. She's a little more flatter in her shape, but like I said, very young, and to me, she's got a lot of days ahead of her. And I think, like I said, every day of feed that she eats, I think she gets better. So, starting off your mini Hereford show, congratulations. As we start into your mini vision here, and I think once again, the one that gravitates to the top pretty easily. It's just one that's the obvious one for me. I mean, she comes with the most performance. I think she checks the most boxes. Comes with to me, I think just everything added together in one package compared to the two that go out here deepest. I mean, she's a little bit farther along in maturity. I would like to sleek her up in her front 1/3 to give her a little bit more neater neckline, if you will. But she is balanced and straight up over her top, and I think she's one that's got a good look to her from the side, especially when you get her parked. We came in the second and third. I feel like really here. The second place effort is one that's really long in her spine from a natural standpoint. Just a little bit more thinner and leaner in her makeup. Just needs a little bit more center body, a little bit more condition. She's just a little bit more shallow in her build. You just like to make her better by adding that, and I think that does. I think that adds to her because I like her look. I like her length. She's got a lot of things. We just got to give her a belly and give her a little bit more body, if you will, to make her better. And I think we round out. This one is nice made. She's cool marked. One that's got a good look to her. She just not carrying the performance and the overall maturity compared to the two that go out ahead of her today to move her up any higher today. A young man's cowboyed up, stayed with that heifer, and like I said, did a good job out here as well. Congratulations.
Well, we'd like to congratulate over here in the percentage Charlet ring, your grand champion female coming out of Class 8C, the Junior Heifer Calf Division. That was Pek Pavlova, 5'10", exhibited by Tilden Smith of Altus, Oklahoma. And reserve champion and congratulations will go to Elizabeth Sliger of Tupelo, Oklahoma, with Conley Elvira, 180N. We're going to head to the backdrop over here in Ring 1. Following the photos, we will come back for the Junior Charlet Female Show.
As we select your division, like I said, not a huge division. We got to me two out here that are a little bit different in what they bring to the table. We come out of Class 1 and single entry, and here's a heifer that I think is youthful and to me has some center body. From her back 1/3 and to me get into her hip design, I would like to maybe stouten her up just a shot. I like her angle that she comes down the ground. I'd like to level her out through that hip and tail head. But to me, she from her hook bone forward, she's one that's deep-bodied, soft, and I think she's doing that awfully naturally. We come out of Class 2, and like I said, that was the obvious one. She just farther along in her maturity. She's one that blends a lot of performance, comes to the table with some condition. I think she carries some depth, and to me, she's one that I would like to change her up through her neckline, take a little bit of that boldness and neck out of her, sleek her up, and make her a little bit more trim and to me, a little bit more maternal, if you would. But, both very, very nice females. I think one's that got great future to them as well. And we got a black heifer that come in second in here respectively in that class as well. So I'm going to go out here and get your top two. Let's give our young people a round of applause. Nice job. Good job out here.
Well, congratulations, your junior champion mini female exhibited by Colton Wood. That was LL Category 4. And congratulations, reserve in that division. We'll go to LLFB. That was exhibited by Quinlan Gallant coming out of Class 2. We'll now look to see Class 5, females born July to December of 2024.
Here's a single entry that I really like a lot. I mean, she's sleek, really good up over her top line. I mean, she's one that carries that extension out through her tailhead. She's one that's very athletic and agile on her feet and legs. I think she's awfully genuine all the way through. I mean, I would like to give her just a little bit more rib shape and body back into her back 1/3 and her flank, but she's good in her chest, neat up out of her neckline. Like I said, she's one that profiles extremely well. Single entry, we'll catch her back in here in a little bit. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in Class 5, first place exhibited by Colton Wood with LL Dirty Mistress. We're now going to welcome in Class 6, females born January through June of 2024.
As we start your senior division, like I said, I feel like this one here is fairly obvious for me. Just from a maturity standpoint, I think she's the deepest bodied. I think she's one that carries the most genuine shape to her when you get behind her. You know, she can kind of open up a little bit over her top, but you know that's nitpicking. I mean, to me, you know, if I could change her, and the biggest thing that I see in her, she gets just a fraction short strided in her walk. I'd like to give her just a little bit more length. I like the length of stride in the one that comes out in second. I love her. To me, top line, I feel like she's very true in that that regard. Neat up out of her neck, just flatter made. I mean, to me, I don't feel like she's just quite as deep-bodied in her center body, but I love her angle. I love her curvature to the ground. I love how she comes out of her hind leg set like that. But to me, a really neat heifer. Like I said, to me, her day's coming, so just stay with her. I mean, you're going to have some good times here days ahead. So like I said, it's just down the road. So to me, she just up in maturity here today. You know, we come out and we round out this class, and also carries some performance to me from that standpoint as far as from a growth patterns. To me, I feel like she's just not as true up over her top line. Gets a little bit more opened up in her loin edge, gets a little bit more flatter in her muscle and shape compared to the two that go out. But like I said, I like her length. I like her angle to the ground. I mean, she's one that's extended out of her neckline. Like I said, we just like to level her up in her top line compared to the two that go out ahead of her today to make her better. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Class 5 first place exhibited by Colton Wood, and in Class 6 first place was exhibited by Harley Joe Robertson. Second place go to Quinlan Gallett, and third place exhibited by Caden Lutz. We'll now look to see Class 7.
In our single entry here, and like I said, really a neat pair here. To me, that cow is one that's doing a great job with that calf, and she's beautifully marked. She's very feminine. She's one that's very smooth in her angles and the way she transitions up through her front end. And I think when you look at her and you look at her calf, I mean, that's a cool calf, tremendously marked calf that's very eye appealing, very attractive, and one that's very good up over its top. To me, very good in its lines and the way it's designed out here. Like I said, a single entry out here, nice pair. Like I said, we'll get them back in here momentarily. Great job. Good luck.
Well, currently in Ring 1, we're going to welcome in Class 1A. These are late spring heifer calves to start out the Junior Charlet Female Show.
As we get into your division, like I said, we started out at Class 1, and here's one. I love that heifer up over her top. I mean, I think she's one that's got she's got a really nice show look to her, and I think she's one that's smooth. And the way she's put together, I think she's very angular in that respect. Like I said, I love her maternal kind, but yet really eye-appealing. We come out of Class 2, and like I said, here's another one that I think is awfully good and one that has some length to her. I think she's one that's very nice up out through her tail head. I think she's very good in her angle. Like I said, I commented I'd like to see her float around the ring just a little bit with a little bit more longer stride, but when you get her parked, you really like the way the design and the prolific panoramic view that she gives you. She just very, very nicely made as well. We come out of Class 3 in single entry in a pair. Here's one that's very youthful. I mean, she's one that's very nice in her markings. I mean, her calf is really cool. I love the way that thing's marked and the way it's put together. And like I said, it's a neat calf. And to me, I'm going to make another spin here and decide here, but awfully competitive out here as well. Congratulations to these young people. Let's give them a nice round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Well, congratulations over here in the Texas Longhorn ring. Results out of our senior division. Senior champion exhibited by Colton Wood with LL Lucky Strike. Reserve champion also to Colton Wood with LL Dirty Mistress. Over in the Charlet ring, first class in your junior Charlet Heifer Show, first place exhibited by Orrin Becker of Atkins, Iowa, with BFC NOLA 531. Second place in that class will go to Reed Groves of Beggs, Oklahoma, with GSC Miss Nina 402N. Third place exhibited by Ellie Peterson of Kabul, Missouri, with TLC Rose. We'll now welcome in Class 1B late spring heifer calves.
As we select your mini division female, like I said, Class 1, and as we come into that first division there, and that heifer there, she just one that dominated that division just from a performance standpoint. I mean, she's one that really excels in her lines. I mean, she's one that's upstanding. She's got some growth pattern to her. She's one that's nice and level out through her hip. I think she's very functional on her feet and legs, and we'd like to give her a little bit more rib shape and center body if you could, sleek her up and trim her up her neckline. But when you get away from that, and like I said, she's done a lot of things from a performance standpoint. We get into your pair there, and it's hard to deny a pair. She's very youthful, but yet she's very sleek. She's trim. I'd like to, obviously give her a little bit more rib shape and body. I love the markings of that calf. That thing's cool looking and neat made as far as the way it's put together. And like I said, a nice pair out here today. I'm gonna take another look here, and like I said, we'll get your top two. We got our second places in reserve divisions out here, not necessarily the second place, reserve divisions as well. And like I said, we'll bring them in as we go here. But anyway, nice job out here. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause. I'll go get your top two. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion coming out of the senior division exhibited by Colton Wood. That was LL Lucky Strike. And congratulations to the reserve grand champion, also coming out of the senior division, exhibited by Colton Wood, LL Dirty Mistress. We'll now get started with the Youth Bull Show. We'll be bringing in Class 17 bulls born July through August of 2025.
Nice pair of bulls starting your bull show, and I the bull that we're starting the class with here, I really think he surfaces pretty quick. I mean, he's one that's level up over his top. He's neat marked. He gets out here when you get him out here in motion. He really gets out there and reaches, and when he gets out here and he's length of stride, and he just comes with some length. And to me, I look at that bull and foresee him being a really neat big bull too as well. But just a really attractive bull. Young lady done a good job with him as well. The bull in second's also very attractive. I mean, he's very youthful. He's up-headed, neat up out of his neckline. He's one that probably not as shapely internally as you get right in there behind him, but sound and functional on his feet and legs. A little bit more trimmer in his rig and in his kind and in his condition here today. But two very good, strong bull calves starting off your bull show here today. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in a first class of Youth Texas Longhorn Bulls. First place go to Braylon Miller with CCR Rowdy Ringo, and second place exhibited by Ethan Hickman. We'll now look to see Class 18.
Tried to keep this. Some of these calves are kind of bulking up. I mean, sulling up and whatnot. Like I said, I knew we were going to have a little bit tough time trying to get these transitioned here and moved in the ring, but I kept it pretty simple here. But I think pretty easily here, first place winner here. I mean, this bull here is one that's really nice up over his top. I mean, he's level up through that hip and tail head. He shows some definition of stifle when you get him out here and you get him in motion. And he's one that's good in his angle, comes to the ground nice. He bounces as well. He's good in his chest floor. Like I said, he's an upstanding, up-headed kind of a bull that I really like the side profile look at him. The bull in second's kind of a little bit more looser made bull. I mean, he's a little bit more opened up. He's not as neat and level out through his tail head, but he does carry some depth of body, sound on his feet and legs. Like I said, he's just a little bit raw at this point. So to me, he's just not as smooth made and to me true in his line compared to that bull that goes out ahead of him today. Congratulations.
Congratulations in Class 18 in the Texas Longhorn Ring. First place exhibited by Langston Taylor with Perpetual Society CP. And second place will go to Jalen Krimmel with 14K's Joe Dirt. We'll now look to see Class 19 in the Texas Longhorn Ring.
over on the Longhorn side, like I said, as we get into these bull classes, and like I said, here's a class that I think just separates itself pretty handily. Here's a bull that's very masculine. He's burly in his kind, and he's one that carries some natural muscle and shape, but yet keeps it smooth. He's very agile and athletic on his feet and legs. He's got a ring look to him. A young man does a great job with him. I like the condition that he's in here today, and he's just one that's an outstanding, like I said, bull that's hard to make. We come in there behind him, and here's a bull that's, very youthful. He's very trim. He's just giving up the performance and, to me, the overall maturity to move past that bull that goes out. But like I said, he's good featured. He's one that's got a good marking to him. He's one that's nice up over his top, as extended out through his neckline. Like I said, you just like to power him up, mature him up compared to the bull that goes out ahead of him here today. Nice trio of bulls here, and I think an obvious one here. I mean, this bull here, it just blended so well. I mean, he carries that underline and that middle to him. He's one that's smooth in his features and his overall rib shape and body, soft in his makeup. He carries that muscular, to me, shape to him. To me, very genuine, authentic, all the way down to the ground. He's one that's got a really nice look from when you get him on the profile. Like I said, a bull that's just very upstanding in his kind. Looser made bull in second. I mean, he's looser made. He's one that gets out here and grabs the ground good. He's one that gets opened up in his front forerib there. To me, he's not as level up out through his top. Like I said, he's a little bit different kind of bull. I'd like to clean him up in his overall sheath. He just, like I said, he's a looser made kind of bull. Just doesn't gather himself quite as neat and tidy as the bull that goes out ahead of him. Very, very good, and he is right, and one that carries a lot of performance to him. I think we conclude here's a bull that I feel like is kind of lacking the maturity, a little more youthful, but just doesn't carry the dimension and the power compared to the bulls that go ahead of him. He's one that's sleek and very smooth, and to me very angular in his features. Like I said, you just like to power him up from front to back to make him better past the two that goes out ahead of him here today.
Well, congratulations in the Texas Longhorn Ring. Results out of Class 20, first place, exhibited by Waverly McCauley with L.R. Stanley CP. Second place was exhibited by Ethan Hickman. Third place go to Jalen Krimmel. Back over the Charlotte Ring, results out of Class 1B late spring heifer calves. First place exhibited by back number 1411 AC Miss Now or Never 2547 ET, exhibited by Parker Buck of Delaware, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 1413, exhibited by Emily Allen. Third place, and congratulations in that class will go to Aubrey Slaughter of Savoy, Texas. Fourth place was exhibited by Braylon Oliver. Fifth place will go to Easton Hardy. Sixth place exhibited by Joanne Bilger. And seventh place exhibited by William Berry. Now in the Charlotte Ring Class 1C early spring heifer calves.
single entry in your bull show. And like I said, here's one that I think is very authentic. I mean, he's one that's nice up over his top. I think he's good when he comes from the ground up. He sets his foot down nice. He gets a shot narrow base when you watch him walk away, but he's smooth. I like the condition that he's in here today. I like that center body, that rib shape. You get up there in that neckline, he just gets a little bit more deeper in his neck and a little bit more looser. You'd like to clean him up if you could, but he's one that's, to me, a pound maker, and he's one that I think breeds pounds, a good kind of bull to have around. Like I said, he's one that's got a great future. Like I said, I love some things that he brings out here today. Nice job bringing. We'll bring him back in here momentarily, single entry as well, that can handle some competition. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations before the division over here in the Texas Longhorn Ring. Results of Class 21. First place exhibited by Colton Wood with LL Flight Risk. We'll now welcome in those first and seconds. We'll select a Grand and Reserve Grand Champion bull.
As we select your bull champion, and once again, really neat lineup out here. Like I said, I'm really proud of these young people. You've just done a phenomenal job. This row here to me is very impressive. We started out strong. I mean, I love the markings of that bull. I mean, he's cool looking. He's got some length to him. Yeah, he needs to be a little bit more deeper bodied. I get that, but he's sound on his feet and legs. He's got some muscle and shape internally. He's one that's neat up out of his neckline, nice in his chest, strong up over his top, and he carries some definition of stifle from a natural standpoint. And to me, like I said, his better days are down the road. And like I said, he's awfully good and strong. The bull out of Class 2 I like too. He's one that's so smooth. He's one that's really neat in the way he's put together. He's one that carries some shape to him, but he carries some length of shape to him. I love his center body. I love the way he goes into his shoulder. He's probably one of the smoother bulls out here. He's just one that's got a tremendous future as well. Very youthful up through his neck and head. Like I said, I love him in his chest floor, and to me, he's just a neat bull that's got a tremendous future down the line. We come out of Class 3, and I think we raised it up a nickel just from a maturity standpoint. Here's a bull that's powerful and stout-made. He's one that's got some natural expression from that standpoint. To me, sound and functional on his feet and legs. Carries some top shape. You get up on him. He's one that's really good up the way he transitioned down over his top, down into that forerib and back over into his rib shape. Just a neat bull that gets around the ring awfully well as well. I think the bull out of Class 4 is awful good too. He's one that's definitely in the thick of things. Like I said, I love the way he's marked. I love that upheadedness to him. He's big up over his top, and he's one that's got some natural shape to him. And he's another one that I love his angle to the ground that he has. He carries some bone and, to me, some natural width. We rounded out this bull show, and I think, like I said, here's a bull that's more rugged. He's deep-sided. He's smooth-featured, but he gets up. He gets a little more rugged up in his front 1/3. Like I said, he's kind of a pound maker. He's maybe not as attractive from a ring standpoint, but I still feel like there's a position for him in the industry as well. So to me, a nice lineup of bulls. I'm going to go get your top pair. To me, our second places respectively out here. Like I said, nice job out here. Let's give our young people a nice job out here. Great job out here today. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, your champion bull exhibited by Michael Gregory with LR Rack 'em Up CP. And congratulations, reserve champion will come out of Class 20, exhibited by Waverly McCauley. That was LR Stanley CP.
I said a mini bulls, and I think really a bull that to me surfaces from a maturity standpoint. I mean, here's a bull that carries some added dimension. I mean, he's one that's got some shape up over his top. You'd like to sleek him just a nickel up through that front end, but he's one that's so good and true up over his top line, very good on his feet and legs. He's just one that I'd like to give him just a little bit more underline, a little bit more curvature to that belly. To me, from a natural standpoint, and that lower rib. But I mean, he's one that's awful neat, and I think he jumps up there on the top pretty handily for me. Second, third for me, I'll be honest, was where the contest was. To me, I'm going one I feel like is a little bit cooler in his color pattern. I feel like we got a little bit more level of shape to him. I think he's one that's a little bit nicer up over his top. He's to me, he's given up the maturity and the performance here today to get past the bull that goes out ahead of him. But to me, he's a nice bull and lands in there second awful handedly. The bull in third, I like him. I think he's one that carries some depth of body. He's probably deeper than the one that goes out ahead of him here, but he's a little bit more shorter in his hip shape, a little bit more flatter in his design. He just doesn't carry the expression that the bull that has from a natural standpoint going out here today. But a nice trio of bulls, awfully good out here today. Congratulations to our youth out here to do as well.
Well, congratulations back in the Charlotte ring. Results out of Class 1C. First place will go to back number 1426. Exhibited by Savannah Jeter of Jacksboro, Texas. That was LL Miss Nova Candy, 5001N. Second place in that class, exhibited by Emily Allen with JFS HF Dixie 314ET. Third place, go to back number 1419, exhibited by John Chandler of Belton, South Carolina. Fourth place was exhibited by Hayden Sampson of Afton, Tennessee. Fifth place, exhibited by Parker Kellison. Sixth place, and congratulations go to Briggs Harvey. Seventh place, exhibited by Charlie Withers. Eighth place went to Katie Hazemeyer. Ninth place was exhibited by Danielle Nunes. And 10th place, and congratulations go to Annabelle Altman. Now in the ring, we'll bring in those first and seconds. Our judge will select his champion reserve spring heifer calves. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, results out of Class 13. Your first class of miniature bulls. First place exhibited by Colby Woolton. Second place was exhibited by Melissa Dittmar. And third place went to Landon Dittmar.
Another single entry in our bull show and our miniature bull show. And I think, here's a bull that to me, when you look at him, masculine up through his shoulder and his front end. He's one that carries, I feel like the performance out here today, he's one that carries some length. I would like to make him a little bit more truer up over his top line. He gets just a little bit more flatter in his shape. I'd like to give him just a shot more underline if you could. But he's good on his feet and legs. Like I said, I love his color. But to me, he ties things together very well here today. And like I said, there's a few little changes here I'd like to make to him. But to me, he's a very good, genuine, honest bull to me, I feel like, out here today for the young lady. Great job. As we select your champions out here, and like I said, we started off Class 1 here, and like I said, there's a bull that's very neat up over his lines and marked well. Like I said, gets a little more rugged up through that front 1/3. I'd like to give him a little bit more underline if you would, but he's got some power to him. I think he's good on legs. Like I said, I love his marking. He's one that's, to me, a really neat bull that came out here, and to me, that particular class 2, and I think there's one that's another single entry, but you love the maturity. I mean, he's one that neat up out of his neckline, comes up good up out of his shoulders. I think he's really good, up over his, to me, his top shape. I would like to maybe level him out through his hip. I think he's agile and functional on his feet and legs, comes with some angle. I think he is soft enough at this point. To me, two very, very nice bulls out here today. We'll go get your top 2. Congratulations to our young people for a nice out here as well. as we start your steer show, your single entry here, and like I said, here's an August calf, and like one that I think, he's really good in his lines, and he's really straight up over the top, very good on his feet and legs. He's one that I think is good in his chest floor, really nice way he comes up out of the top of his shoulders out through his neckline. The young lady does a beautiful job of getting him presented out here. If I could, add to him, I'd like to keep powering him up, keep softening him up with some condition, and to me, trying to give him just a shot more rib shape and belly if we could. So to me, a nice calf, a nice starter. It's a nice single entry starting off your steer show here today. Congratulations to the young lady as well. Another single entry starting your steer show, and I think one here that's, here's one that's, like I said, a steer that's really youthful in his appearance, one that's really nice and thin-necked. I think, he's one that's a little bit more flatter made. You'd like to give him just a lot more power to him, but he does have some definition of stifle. Like I said, he does have some center. If I could pick on him a little bit, you'd like to just give him a shot more and power him up when you get right behind him, but a nice steer as well. We'll catch him back in here momentarily. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations back in the Charlet ring, your spring calf champion female, exhibited by Parker Buck of Delaware, Oklahoma, with AC Miss Now or Never 2547 ET, and reserve champion in that first division, exhibited by Orrin Becker of Atkins, Iowa, with BFC NOLA 531. We're now going to welcome in Class 2A. These are junior heifer calves. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, results out of your first two classes of standard steers. First place in Class 25, exhibited by Braylon Miller. That was Cowboy Cortez. And out of Class 26, exhibited by Trip Lutz with JP Moby Dick. We're now going to welcome in 27. These are steers born January through March of 2025.
Nice set of steers here, and like I said, really one that to me surfaces quickly. This one escalates to the top pretty handily for me. He's one that comes with so much balance. He's really nice up over his top. He carries some natural and internal width all the way through. He's one that you'd like to maybe trim him up in his neckline, but boy, I'll tell you what, he comes with like I said, so much balance. He's very agile on his feet and legs, big up over his top, and he's just one that looks really, really, really good on the move, and one that I really appreciate out here. Second, a little bit more challenging on the halter, but he is the stoutest featured one in here. After this one, he's a little more shallow in his rib shape, not as level out through that tailhead and the way his pins sit, but he's one that's nice up over his top, extended up out of his neckline, good in his chest, and like I said, functional and sound, and to me, good on his feet and leg. Like I said, just not as loose and not as comfortable on the halter out here today, and not really giving you the best picture, but when you get him stopped and you get him parked, to me, he lands in there in second. Third and fourth, I just feel like I love the markings of this third place steer. I mean, he's one that comes with a little more shape. He's a little bit better designed out through his tailhead and upper hip. That's where I'd challenge the one in fourth. I love that calf because he's flatter made. He's neat up out of his neckline. He's just not as shapely as that one that goes out from a standpoint, from a natural standpoint, and not as level out through his tailhead compared to the one that goes out ahead of him here today. A nice, to me, set of steers out here today to give our young people a round of applause. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 27 before the division over here in the Texas Longhorn Ring. First place exhibited by Jackson Dickey with 41 Cooper Flag. Second place and congratulations go to Alexis Stone. Third place exhibited by Memphis Mercari. And fourth place exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. We'll now welcome in those first and seconds. Select the Champion Reserve Junior Steer.
Get into your division on your steer show, and like I said, very competitive from top to bottom here. And like I said, we come in Class 1, and here was one that, like I said, is very long in his spine and up-headed. And the young lady does a beautiful job with him. He's just a little bit more harder at this point. You'd like to soften him up, but I feel like there's a lot of things there that's good in him. I feel like every bite of feed that he gets better. We come out of Class 2, and like I said, one that's very youthful in his kind, flatter in his design. I think definitely one that you just like to power him up and just give him a little bit more dimension all the way through. We come out of Class 3, and there's one that, he raised the bar. I mean, I love his color. The young man does a beautiful job of getting him stuck out here, and one that, to me, easy to look at. Like I said, he's beautifully marked, gets around the ring, very comfortable and very athletic, but you get up on him, you love that turn of top that he has. He has that tremendous shape and, to me, dimension and definition of stifle when you get up on him. Just a neat steer out of Class 3. Like I said, I'm going to go get your top two out here. To me, starting out your steer show, congratulations as well.
Well, congratulations back in the Texas Longhorn ring. Results out of our junior champion steer division. Champion exhibited by Jackson Dickey, and reserve champion will go to Alexis Stone. Back over in the Charlotte ring, results out of your first class in the junior heifer calf division. First place exhibited by back number 1436. That's ACPGC Miss Nadia 2501 ET, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Sperry, Oklahoma. Second place will go to Trace Ritter of Herman, Missouri with TRGSRF Miss Mara 0110. Third place was exhibited by back number 1432. That's Trip Earls of Hollis, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Micah Joe Brumley of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Fifth place exhibited by Avery Knupp of Orion, Illinois. Sixth place exhibited by Reed Naughton of Atlanta, Illinois. Seventh place went to Tegan Hardy, and eighth place in that class will go to Devin Frazier. Now in ring one, we'll look to see class 2B. These are junior heifer calves.
I think a really nice pair of steers up here on top here, and they're both made different, but they're both good. The steer here that I'm using here, he's the one that carries the most definition of muscle. He's smooth and makeup. I feel like he's very soft and he's kind. He's one that, like I said, I think he just puts the most things together. I think he's the most blended one in here. Like I said, I love that top shape and the way he transitions up through that front end, and yet to me sound and functional on his feet and legs. To me, the red steer in behind him, he's one that's a different kind. He's looser made. He gets around the ring good. He's just a little bit more flatter, not quite as stout featured, and to me, just doesn't have that genuine internal muscle shape compared to the one that goes out, but he's there again. He's also very functional in every good kind of cattle. And like I said, he's one that's easy to look at as well. And I think we round out the class. Here's one that's at a disadvantage just from a maturity standpoint and condition standpoint. I mean, there's a lot of things you appreciate and like about that steer. He's just giving up too much to get past the two that go out ahead of him here today. Another single entry here, and like I said, beautifully marked. He's one that, to me, gets around the ring good and comfortable. I think he's very athletic in that respect. He's one that carries some middle and design to him. He's one that's good up out through his front end. I love the way his shoulders lay in there nice. He's one that, I would like to level him out through his tailhead and his hip design, but to me, like I said, I appreciate that bull just because he's one that's sound and functional and easy feeding kind of a steer, and to me, the young lady's done a good job with him out here as well. Congratulations. Good job.
Well, Well, congratulations in Class 32 over here in the Texas Longhorn Ring. First place exhibited by back number 1003. That's Flying H. Sammy, exhibited by Jalen Krimmel. We'll now look to see Class 33, steers born in 2023.
in our steer division in the Longhorn ring here, and I tell you what, a young man steer here. I mean, he raised the bar. You judge these shows, and you wait for something to come in like him. But he's just one that is very unique in his kind. I mean, he's one that is just a good creature. I mean, no matter what breed or whatever, he's one that's the hardest to make. He checks a lot of boxes, but he's big and burly and stout, and he comes with balance, and he comes with eye appeal, and he just, he's one that's a beast, and he's just one that carries so much top shape. Young man does a beautiful job, but that one there to me is one that's just hard to make and exceptionally good in his kind. I stayed with that moderation, and I went with the steer in second. I feel like he brings a carcass merit. He's smooth featured. Young man's done a great job of feeding him to market ready. He's one that could hang a carcass today, but he's stout made, and he's one that's got some muscle shape, and I think he follows the steer that goes out in second in his type and kind. If we're doing color and we're doing color only, I guarantee you, young lady, you win, because that one there is cool marked. He's one that's made good. He's just flatter made in his overall muscle shape and dimension. So to me, but he's cool made too. I mean, those top three here, I think, are very exceptional, and they're fun to look at. And like I said, they're hard to make, and they're ones that they've done an exceptional job of putting these things together and putting them in here in the ring. The steer out of Class 4 is one that's awfully good. When you figure his scale and his frame that he comes here today with, he still has some condition on him. He's one that's got a look to him. He'd just like to maybe, tone him down a little bit in his frame, but he's one that's good looking. I love his pattern. Like I said, I like his design. These four here, they're designed well. I mean, they're balanced well. They're sound on their feet and legs, but they come with some natural muscle shape, and to me, you combine that with some eye appeal, and I think that's exceptionally hard to do, especially on the breeding side of it. We come into the next one here, and like I said, deep-sided, one that's got some length there, just doesn't level out through that hip quite as good in his design compared to the ones that go out ahead. We conclude, here's one that's neat colored. It's just a little bit more raw and a little bit, just doesn't carry the softness, just not as mellow to look at compared to the ones that go out ahead of him today. A nice set of steers, like I said, some really nice ones up on top, an exceptional one here to win the class. Congratulations. As we select your champion steer, and we got really three nice steers out here. I think they're very functional. They're good kind of cattle. The steer come out of Class 1. You love his shape. He's one that's got some length to him. Really has some nice top shape to him. The young lady does a great job with him, and I think he's one that, like I said, you just got to appreciate him for the smoothness that he has and the muscle build that he has, and very functional on his feet and legs, and very eye appealing as well. Come out of Class 2, and like I said, this is a steer that a little different design, looser made kind of a steer, and he's one, but he's sound and functional on his feet and legs. He carries some center body. You'd like to maybe level him out in his hip structure to make him better, but he's good out through his neckline, nice in his chest. Young lady does a great job with him as well. We come out of Class 3 in here, and I'm just telling you, in this particular division, I'm just saying is that guy right there, he's just one that is big and burly and stout made, and he's one that's very masculine in his build and stout featured, but he's level up over his top. He's up-headed. He's good in his chest for carrying that kind of weight and maturity. And he's one that's agile on his feet and legs. Like I said, nice set of steers as we go out here. I'd like to give our young people a big round of applause. A great job, like I said, for bringing a nice set of steers out here today.
Well, congratulations in Class 2A Junior Heifer Calves. Your division champion will come out of that class, and reserve your champion. Exhibited by Carter Cornegie, Sperry, Oklahoma, with ACPGC Miss Nadia 2501 ET. And reserve champion in that division, exhibited by Trace Ritter of Herman, Missouri. That's TRGS RF Miss Mara 0110. In the Charlet ring, we'll now look to see Class 3A to start out the senior calf division. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, results out of your senior steer division. Your champion was exhibited by Cal Walker Locke, with LR Rivals on the edge, CP, and reserve champion. And congratulations go to Maxwell Mason. We would like to remind those of you sitting in the stands that we do have the Junior Bronvie show to start after the conclusion of our Texas Longhorn show. So again, if you're sitting ringside, please grab a drink and something to eat and stick around to watch the Junior Bronvie show here in Arena 2.
As we select your champions here, we bring our two divisions together, and like I said, really been a fun steer show, been a lot of quality all the way through, and I think when you look at our junior pair, like I said, to me, really, really neat, and you know, that one to come out of that particular division, I mean, he's cool, and he's just got that look to him, and he's one that got some power and shape to him, but yet, you know, he's not so long body, he's easy middled, he's soft and he's kind, and he's just one that's really, really neat steer, and I think he's one that goes on and gets bigger and gets better. We come out of this second division, and like I said, there's a powerhouse of a steer. I mean, that young man just got one that, like I said, I just admire. I love that thing. I mean, he's one that big up over his back, and he's stout featured. And he's so good in his chest for being that heavy and mature, but yet, and he's really good in his feet and legs. And to me, you get behind him, he doesn't deny it. Carries that muscle shape and that definition up through his top. You know, to me, the reserve in that division is definitely in the thick of things, and like I said, it gets close out here. I'm going to take another look. I'm going to get you your top pair out here. Let's give these young people a big round of applause for an excellent job out here representing your steer show out here today. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, grand champion steer here at the Cattlemen's Congress Junior Texas Longhorn Show, exhibited by Cal Walker Locke with LR Revival's On the Edge CP. And congratulations, reserve champion steer coming out of the junior division. That was exhibited by Jackson Dickey with 41 Cooper Flag. Again, congratulations to all of our Junior Texas Longhorn exhibitors. We do have a miniature division to go before concluding our show. We'll look to see Class 38 miniature steers born in 2025.
I'm going to leave these just like they are. And, one I'm going to start with, probably a little more youthful in that respect, but I just feel like this one's just a little bit better in his top line. And I think there's a little bit more definition at top, especially when you get up on him. And I know not everybody can do that except me here, but I just feel like we have a little more turn to that top. I feel like we're a little better in our chest floor. I feel like this one goes on down the line and, to me, handles the feet. I feel like we're a little deeper in our chest here. I like the depth of body. Second one, I think that a nice up over his top. Like I said, he just doesn't carry that internal width from a stifle standpoint compared to the one that goes out, especially when you get him out here and put him on motion and you get up there and right in here behind him looking down their top. So nice pair of steers. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause. Nice job.
Well, congratulations in a first class miniature Texas Longhorn steers. First place exhibited by Alexis Stone with 2M Redstone Legacy. Second place in that class will go to Colton Wood with LLEZE. We'll now look to see class 39. This will be miniature steers born in 2024.
Really nice set of cattle here, and I feel like in this mini steer show, and I feel like this one here probably a little better in its top line. It's probably not as explosive, maybe as you'd like, but I do think it's probably the deepest sided. It carries the most length, maturity out through that front end, like I said, out through that neck and head, and when you look at his horns and the way he comes out here, but he's just one that comes with so much, like I said, maturity, and yet good on his feet and legs. Young man does a good job with him as well. We come into class in the second position here, and I feel like this steer here, I love his markings, cool made as that goes. Just gets a little bit more opened up in his loin edge. You're just not as deep and explosive in that flank, and just doesn't carry that roundness back into that back 1/3, maybe as that one that goes out ahead. And I feel like we're a little bit more raw in our kind, a little bit more leaner in that makeup. In our third place one, I feel like we're functional when we come to the ground up, but it's just a little bit more flatter, a little bit more emptied out, I guess, in this overall composition and makeup the way here today, and to me just needs a little bit more time as well. So to me, a nice set of trio steers out here today.
Well, congratulations back over in the Texas Longhorn ring. Results at Class 39 miniature steers. First place went to LL Purple Haze, exhibited by Colton Wood. Second place will go to Harper Keene. And third place was exhibited by Melissa Dittmar. Now in the rings, your final class of miniature Texas Longhorn steers. Back over in the Charlotte ring, results out of the Senior Heifer Calf Division. Champion was exhibited by Cashin Oakshner of Pall Mall, Tennessee, with SHF Miss Dynasty 2415. And reserve champion exhibited by Shayla Dismukes of Chakota, Oklahoma, with DR Forever Lucy 3514. We'll now look to see Class 4. These are early summer yearling females.
As we get into these pair here, and I just feel like there's just so much maturity and dominance from a performance standpoint. Here's an upstanding kind of steer. He's one that level out through his top line. I think he balances well. He carries that extra maturity and days on feed, and he's just one that, like I said, he just excels this pair to me pretty easily here. I like the one in second. I like it that he's nice up over his top. I think there's some turn to that top. I think there's some natural muscle shape. I love his color and his markings. He's just a little bit, to me, giving up too much frame and design and maturity. Like I said, he's just a little more tubular in his underline compared to the depth of body that goes out with the one ahead of him out here today.
Well, congratulations in Class 40, your final class of miniature Texas Longhorn steers. First place, exhibited by Colton Wood with LL Explosion. Second place in that class went to Avery Maffey. We'll now welcome in the first and second. Select the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion mini steer.
As we get into your mini Hereford steers, and at the conclusion, they had once again, I think really nice representation. We started out of Class 1, and like I said, level up over that top and neat marked, and I think very agile on his feet and legs. Like I said, I'd like to give that one some underline, some rib shape back into its back 1/3. But like I said, we're real young, and like I said, we can do that as time goes on. I think the one out of Class 2, and like I said, here's one that's extremely level over that top. I think carries some maturity there. Very agile and functional on his feet and legs. Not as stout as maybe I'd like for him to be, but like I said, he's one that he carries that straightness of lines and being good on the ground. And like I said, something that I really appreciate about him as well. We come out of Class 3, and I think, here's one that comes with so much maturity, and, he's one that's neat up over his top. He carries a lot of top shape to him. You got some definition of muscle. You get him around the ring, I feel like he's functional from the ground up, and, he's just one that's a good kind of cattle. Like I said, smooth in his makeup, good when you get on him. He's just one that carries some condition. I like the condition and the point that he is here today. To me, awfully good. So I'm going to go get your pair out here, a nice set of cattle. Let's give our young people a round of applause. Nice job.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, miniature Texas Longhorn steer coming out of Class 40. That was LL Explosion, exhibited by Colton Wood. And congratulations, the reserve champion miniature steer coming out of Class 40 as well. That was KR Michael Alexander, exhibited by Avery Maffey.
on the Longhorn side here, like I said, we got 4 classes of showmanship. Honestly, I'd probably rather judge 10,000 head as 10 kids, right? Because I don't like placing kids. That's the truth. But anyway, you know what? If you can't hang your hat on this look right here with these 3 boys out here, I mean, this is where it starts, and this is I mean, this gives you the warm and fuzzy stuff all day long. I mean, I'm just telling you, I mean, every one of these young men won when they came in here and they chose to come in here. And like I said, it gets competitive out here, and I have to pick. But anyway, I'm proud, that I'm in a business where the youth is involved and the families are involved, and we combine that with breeders and mentors and everything above that. And I'm just saying and it doesn't really matter the breed. It's all good. And so to me, these 3 gentlemen out here have done great. And, I feel like the young man here that I chose here, that he's got probably the next thing to a statue, really. I mean, he's not maybe wanting to cooperate just now, but I mean, when he was out here, that one never moved hardly at all. I mean, he just got planted and he stayed there. And to me, that's kind of the difference. A lot depends on how your animals are doing. And I know it's been a long day, but the young man here in second, like I said, to me, he's done an outstanding job. And you know what, the thing I admire about all 3 of these boys, but him in particular, he just kept trying and hustling. He kept really conscious about where those feet are. I mean, I know it took him a little bit over here, but he was, he just kept moving forward, kept trying to get him. And I mean, that's awesome. I mean, all these kids got the look, and they've just done a good job. And like I said, and we round out this class, and like I said, there's another one that's just doing a great job out here. And like I said, the thing is I think just try to be as quick as you can be on setting them up. You don't have a lot of time in here, and I think there is a shot of urgency to it as you go here, and that's what I'm going to be looking for in the next 3 classes, that I like cattle set up quickly. I don't think you have long in here, and to me it's important that you get them set up correctly as well. So let's give our young people a round of applause. Like I said, this is where it starts, and I'm a big fan as well. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Charlet ring, results out of Class 4 in your intermediate female division. Champion was exhibited by Devin Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma, with Jenkins Lady 410 MET. And reserve in that division will go to John Davis III of Iva, South Carolina, with Block Impress 108. Now in the ring, this class of 5A late spring yearling heifers. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, we do have 4 classes of showmanship before we roll right into the Junior Braun v. Female show. In the junior division, ages 7 to 9 years old, we'd like to congratulate. First place will go to Cale Walker Locke. Second place went to Jackson Dickey. And third place went to Landon Ditmar.
As we get into this particular class of showmanship, and I'm going with the young man here. Like I said, he's going to be your champion out here. Like I said, or the winner in this class. I'm going to go with the young lady with the pair right behind her, and then, like I said, the young lady here. These are going to be my top three. And like I said, it gets down to a lot of times knowing the ring. I felt like the young man done a good job of making this ring as big as he could, and kind of keeping an eye on me and being smooth. And I just to me, I noticed that. I mean, he's one that's very conscious about where I'm at. He's conscious where he's at, and I think that to me it pays off here today. Young lady, and like I said, in second. Reserve, whatever you want to say, in this division is just also one that's very competitive spirited. You can tell that she's very conscious, and like I said, it's just one of the things. It gets close, you know what I mean? And like I said, and I can honestly say the young lady in third, you're a silent warrior is what you are. I'm just telling you. I mean, you know what? You just do your job and you do it easy, and you. I'm just telling you what, and I noticed that. So to me, nothing against here. A lot of times it's not did wrong. Sometimes your cattle aren't holding the stance, whatever. Like I said, that's what I seen today. And like I said, it's been fun. Like I said, I love watching these young people show their animals. Like I said, excellent job out here today. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 5A over in the Charlotte ring. First place exhibited by Carly Sanders of Leesburg, Ohio with CALP Abby 163M. Second place in that class exhibited by John Davis III of Iva, South Carolina with Block SHRL L Miss Pop Style 104. Third place exhibited by Alyssa Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee Fourth place will go to Charlie Becker of Atkins, Iowa. Fifth place was exhibited by Avery Hunt. Sixth place went to Carson Kellison. And seventh place exhibited by Presley Oliver. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, results out of the intermediate showmanship division. First place and congratulations go to Ethan Hickman. Second place went to Bryn Hickman. And third place went to Melissa Ditmar.
As we pick the top three here, and I'm going with the young lady here. I tell you what, very smooth. I think the biggest thing is that one leads so comfortable. I mean, it's just like that one leads easy. You've done a good job with that, and you know what? You get it stopped, and you get it parked, and you get it set up, and you do your job. And to me, it was just pretty easy for me to find you. And I very close here. I'm not saying that calf gets a little. And just kind of wants to hang back on the halter, but that's the only difference. I mean, it's very close and very competitive between you two. So you don't change anything. Just saying we got to get them better. All right. So I'm just saying, and I think we round out here. Like I said, same thing. Nothing led as comfortable as that one that goes out ahead. Same thing. When you get that one parked, I like your position. I like where you're at. I mean, I like your stature. I mean, everything's right. So you don't change anything either. So anyway, nice job out here. Congratulations as well. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in the teen division. These are showmen ages 13 to 15. First place go to Avery Matthews. Second place, and congratulations to Waverly McCauley. And third place went to Colton Wood. We'll look to see one more class here in the Junior Texas Longhorn Show. We would like to put our hands together and thank our judge today, Mr. Kirk Stierwalt of Leedy, Oklahoma, for joining us here for the Texas Longhorn Show. Well, congratulations in Class 5B over here in the Charlotte Ring. First place exhibited by Devery Darbin of Duncan, Oklahoma with FFF Miss Perfection 4103. Second place in that class exhibited by back number 1480. That was CALP Abby 39M exhibited by Austin Dorhoff of Henley, Missouri. Third place go to Ridley Bendel of Chandler, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Easton Hardy. Fifth place will go to Leedy Novak. We're now going to welcome in the first and seconds. We'll have a spring yearling division at this time in Ring 1. Again, in the Texas Longhorn Ring, this is your final class in our Texas Longhorn show. We'd like to thank once again our judge, Mr. Kirk Steerwalt, for joining us here today. We will be going right into the Junior Bronvy show, so stay ringside, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to watch the Bronvy show. We'll get started momentarily.
As we conclude in your Longhorn show, and like I said, appreciate the opportunity here. And like I said, it's an honor for me not only to represent this industry. I'm honored to be here as far as like being able to support the youth and watching them showcase whatever breed they're doing. Like I said, exciting to be in the new facilities here at the Cattleman's Congress, and really appreciate the invite. Like I said, we are a family-based operation, and like I said, I know there's a lot of good people behind all these youth exhibitors, and appreciate everybody coming out here today. So like I said, keep doing what you do. It's been fun for me to watch you do what you do, and like I said, it's just been an honor for me as well. So as we get into your showmanship here, and like I said, we round out, I just don't ever catch this young lady wrong, and I feel like these two, when the line was being held up, you guys were quick to turn around and get them set up. You're very conscious of me not getting a bad look, and I mean, and I felt like these two let out a lot more, just a little more comfortable. That one there, I mean, I'm just saying it would have its moments, a little bit, but I'm just saying, but I'm just telling you, you're smooth, and when you get that thing set, I like your position, the way you're out there in front, and I just felt like, I've watched these in here more than once, but I appreciate y'all coming out here. I know this is not something that you have to do. This is something that, you come in here, you chose to come back in here, and as far as I'm concerned, everybody come through those gates, whether you're showing cattle or you're in showmanship, you won when you came through those gates here. So to me, it's been fun. Like I said, my family's here, and like I said, I've enjoyed having them here today. It's been an honor once again. Let's give our young people a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our final class here in the Texas Longhorn Show. First place, senior showman Sheridan Van Blarcom. Second place go to Hadley Anderson, and third place to Quinlan Gallet. Again, congratulations to all of the Texas Longhorn exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress. We appreciate you joining us here for the first year in the OG&E Coliseum. We'll get the ring cleared, and we'll get started with your Junior Bronvy Female Show in just a moment.